into these 12 rounds, which I knew it was going to be. It wasn't going to be easy. I spoke to sparring partners of Floyd, and he's a lot stronger than he looks. You know, it's a harder fight, and you know, we needed that extra. I thought that we needed that extra bit of percentages because I think it was going to work for us in our advantage as far as energy and strength and stuff like that. So I'm happy the way we did things.
The performance itself. I mean, I know in the Broner fight, it looked like he got a little tired towards the later rounds, but this fight, it didn't really look like he faded at all.
Well, I think you remember we only had 3 weeks for that fight to get ready. So, and I pushed him harder in those 3 weeks. I've had to push him because we didn't have a chance to have the breaks that we normally have, and rest periods and things like that. So the Broner fight was just cramming 6 weeks, 7 weeks of training into those 3 weeks. You know, logically, he gassed out a little bit towards the end, but he still pulled off almost 1,000 punches. He pulled off 900 tonight almost. That's crazy. So I was really happy tonight. He said he didn't get tired, but he says Floyd is just, dude, he's just so crafty. On you from defensive to offenses, the way his foot.
And that's enough of that. Of course, you know I'm T Street Controversy. This is T Street Controversy Live. So what I'm going to do first is I'm going to start by reading Floyd Mayweather's Instagram post on Leon Love losing to Rogilero Maidana. So here we are. It's August 31st, 2014, 3:21 Eastern Standard Time. This is Floyd Mayweather. Let me see if you can see it. This is you can't see it. Floyd Mayweather's Instagram, but we're gonna read it. Floyd Mayweather at Leon Love. Hold your head high and just know a true champion can take a loss and bounce back. This is boxing. You win some, you lose some. Always know that I will be there by your side through it all. You are my little brother, and just know it was a minor setback for a major comeback. Well, if you don't know, Leon Love, the #1 fighter under the Mayweather Promotions brand, who was not Mayweather himself, Leon Love was knocked out in the 3rd round by a left hook by a relative unknown boxer who just so happens had 26 knockouts before the fight. Now, Leon Love's career has been somewhat suspect. He's been mostly a super middleweight fighter for, I would say, about 95% of his career. And what I'm saying by that, what I'm saying with that is the guy, let me see, here we go. The guy doesn't, how can I put it? Leon Love seemed to be lost in the division. We didn't know if he was a 168-pounder. We didn't know if he was a 160-pounder, but the one most notable 160-pound fight that he had against Gabriel Rosado, what did we notice? What am I doing? What am I doing? He couldn't make weight. You know, so he failed a post-fight drug test, or if I'm correct, a diuretic. And a diuretic is used to cut weight very fast and also to mask certain banned substances. So he got his head knocked off 3rd round. He went down flat on his face like this. What was it? His right leg just was twitching. You know, all of a sudden you see his mom run up with her TMT shirt on. Go, oh, you know, my baby. And you got Tony Weeks right there looking at him like, yo, he's done. So then Leon Love go to start getting up and then fall back down. And you go, oh, no, my baby's gone. You see his mom just start snapping out and go grab his arm while he's trying to get up. But the scariest thing about it was that twitch that he had in his leg. Now, if you don't know, the video is on my Facebook page, you know, and the links are right below. But Leon Love, when he went down, his arms went through the 2nd rope, you know, and then he fell and, like, laid on his face, you know, and that twitch he had in his leg looked like some type of neurological Damn, you know, that's the type of knockout that once you get knocked out like that, you gotta you gonna need about a year off, and especially the fact that he already had a suspect career anyway. You know, not the last fight, but the fight before last. You know, meaning the fight before the Parabon fight when he fought on the undercard of Mayweather versus Maidana, the first fight. Parabon was getting ready to stop him. You know, the guy just was suspect. And what have we been seeing? You know, I said it in a previous video, and I got to say it again. You got the 3 top Mayweather promotion fighter, Jalen Love getting knocked out, Mickey Bay getting knocked out, and then you got Badou Jack also getting knocked out. So what does that mean? That means even though Mayweather Promotions has his promoter's license, the promotional company ain't really, you know, it don't got no fighters outside of Mayweather. So you have to wonder, how profitable is this company? You know, but I'm going to let somebody else run their mouth. It's something I got to look up.
I'm not surprised that Jalen Love got knocked out, because just like based off his last fight, like he barely got past that Parabon. Like barely.
I mean, what I always looked at him like, for one, if you notice where he was fighting at, where was he fighting at? He was fighting on Showbox. You know,
yeah.
So he didn't graduate to the big leagues yet. And with the rumors, you know, of all the crazy stuff that's been going on with the money team fighters, like I'm not the only one that heard they were smoking weed, right?
I don't know if I heard about that, but I'm not surprised.
It was a rumor around the Mayweather Maidana fight that, you know, not him, but Mickey Bay and somebody else got caught, you know, blowing trees. And right now, we're seeing, okay, look, I got Jalen Love's record right here. So 18-1 and 18-1 with 10 knockouts. This fight he lost, knocked out in the 3rd round. Last fight on the Mayweather undercard, he beat Parabon in a close fight, which should have been a lot closer, but you know he got the decision. Vladimir Boucher, whatever it is, he knocked him out in the 10th round. And then you got the Gabriel Rosado fight, Derek Finley. But see, you heard Julian Love's name in all the boxing rumors before today, and you know, over the last, I would say, year or 2 years or so, it's always been, you know, oh, he's overrated. One day he's going to get knocked out, and then look what happens. You know, it was a certain aura surrounding him. Like I said in my in my video on the fight, I said that this is the first official Mayweather Promotions card. He's got his promotional license in, what was that, July, if I'm correct. He got his promotional license. This is the first Mayweather Promotions card that doesn't have Golden Boy Promotions nowhere on it. So the main event guy, Jalen Love, is fighting a guy by the name of, last name Medina. Mayweather's main side piece is right there next to him. Her name is Bad Medina. You got Tony Weeks, who was the referee, you know, for this fight, you know, who was refereeing the first fight between Mayweather and Maidana. And, you know, you got Leonard Ellaby with that goatee, and that's just enough right there. You know, so you have to ask yourself, you know, it's just something not right. You know, it's just something not right about this event. It's something not right.
Goatee.
I want to get the people in here that have been like, you know, oh, T-Street, you hating, and, you know, you're just jealous of Floyd Mayweather. That's why, you know, all these Google Hangouts are open. So meaning if you know how to use Google Hangout, you can come right on here. There's going to be people talking shit because I picked Marcos Maidana to win. It's just that this is a situation where I see something, how can I put it? Something more than boxing. Because for some reason, I'm seeing Mayweather trying to do what people say he's going to do, you know, and just keep it in the middle of the ring, but also have to dodge all those punches again. You know, that's going to take a lot, man. That's going to take a lot.
What's up with those fancy boy boots?
Yeah, listen. There's a, you know what? It's a cool feature on here where I can show y'all. Listen, this man is wearing his I don't know what's going on with him. It's not the first time he wore some boots like that. You know, like with some studded boots or whatever the case may be. You know, but that's how rich people is, man. They be having that fashion and all that shit. Motherfuckers talk about me wearing a hoodie, and I'm sitting right here. I don't even know what the temperature is in here. It's 67 degrees in here right now. But then if you notice, you got rich people walking around in California and in L.A. with leather jackets and shit.
And Ugg boots.
Yeah, leather jackets and mink coats and shit. Seriously, rich people do that shit. You know, but
So some bow ties, you know.
But with him, it's just that everything is a statement. You got to think. If he's there on his own card, he probably wants Miss Jackson to know that that's his card. So he said, "Look, bitch, I'm gonna wear your boots." I don't know. I mean, I don't think Mayweather's gay, you know. But still, it's just that his mindset. It'd be like, "Yo, what are you doing?" But when you're around people like Michael Jackson, for example, when you get to a certain level, you don't hear the word no. You know, you don't want to hear it. You're not used to it. So it's not nobody gonna tell him like, "Yo, Floyd, what you doing with them freak ass boots on?" You know, ain't nobody gonna do that. Nobody gonna call him out on it. But what I'm trying to do, I'm gonna show y'all this fucking boots if you haven't seen it. Like, dude is outrageous. And with this, I'm gonna switch it up in a minute. You know, because honestly, people think I be liking to talk about Mayweather, but it's like my job. I gotta talk about that shit. You know, but it just, you know, like I don't have no problem with him as a fighter. It's just that me, I used to work with adults with autism, you know, and I used to be like work with kids a lot. So when I see people like him that's supposed to be a role model, that shit just be making me mad with like the dumbass shit he's saying out of his mouth. And then, you know, like children's minds are like sponges. You'd be surprised how many people look up to him. You know, it's a lot of people that look up to him. You know, and he don't do no goodwill. I mean, the goodwill he does do, yeah. Oh shit, I found it. I'm gonna share this. I'm gonna share this picture. If y'all can't, I should be able to see it. But let me see. Screen share. Yeah, there we go. That one. Shit. Oh wait, I gotta stop talking to Miss Jackson and pop up. Y'all see her boots? Can y'all see the picture?
Yeah.
Her nut ass boots. You know, when you keep the same boots on. What kind of shit is that?
I've never seen him do something like that.
But you gotta think, like, you know, he get passes for shit like this. I'm not supposed to talk about that. They're like, "Oh, you a hater. Them boots probably cost more." And it's like, that's his bitch boots.
Damn.
And they probably the same boots. So it's like, you know, like he's sending some type of statement to her, you know. But either way, it's a freak ass statement. That's her boots. Those are women's boots. I don't care what type of statement you're trying to make. And then he got his denim tucked into his boot. But people saying, "Oh, he's rich." He's rich. We're not supposed to talk about stuff like that. But yet, let that have been somebody else doing. He gonna clown you. He gonna clown you. I wonder sometimes, like, what it's like to walk around in like the Money Team mansion. You know, it's certain words you can't say. You know how many people probably get ridiculed in that mansion every day. How many people just feel like trash, but when you come around, they got a smile. You know, because you get your new watch or some shit like that. You know, that's not a life. People say you jealous of Floyd. Yo, that doesn't seem like a happy life. You know, yeah, you surrounded by a whole bunch of bad bitches all the time, but Robert Garcia said it best: payroll. They ain't really around for him. You know, once that money go, you know, like they say, once that money go, he's done. And poor old Jalen Love, man, that was the highlight of the night for me, because that was like a bad omen. That got me thinking like, yo, this dude, man, this slow ass shit. I'm trying to show y'all his fucking leg. That dumb. Oh, there we go.
Find that video of Robert Garcia throwing a water bottle at Lil Wayne.
You know, I mean, well, people keep forgetting Robert Garcia, a regular dude. He used to be a boxer. You know, like he used to be a boxer. Like he not really scared of no fucking Lil Wayne. And here's an interesting thing. Did you know that Al Heyman promotes all Lil Wayne concerts? You know, it's just like him. The fuck is that? Turn that shit off, man. Like he promote all out. I mean, Al Heyman promotes Justin Bieber concerts. He promotes he promotes Lil Wayne concerts, Jay-Z concerts. Actually, a good portion of the hip hop community. What was that picture I was looking for? Okay, here we go. My poor man right here. My poor man, J. Leon Love, right here, man. This is sad. This is sad. And then if you see Floyd, like right up in here, you know, with Bad Medina, look at this poor mama. You know, that's not cool, yo. You know who I blame? I blame for this? I blame Floyd. He probably got them, like, you know, going to all kind of dumb shit when they should be in the gym. These guys probably all lax. You know, he probably like, no, you know, you're the money team. I'm gonna take care of y'all. You know, that's probably why motherfuckers can't make weight. You know, there's so many different things that can be wrong. You know, but I'm gonna switch the tone up a little bit. I don't want to talk about Floyd no more. You know, we got to talk about next week's fights. Adrian Broner versus Manuel Taylor, which I'm not really concerned about that fight. The only thing I'm concerned about is I want to see if Adrian Broner is going to move around. The Carlos Molina fight, it didn't show us nothing. You know, it wasn't nothing there. You know, for me to think like, okay, yeah, he could beat Marcos Maidana in a rematch. You know, I just see him getting his ass beat again because he don't have no foot movement. So with Emmanuel Taylor has slow feet, yo. He got some real slow feet. And when I say he probably throw maybe like 200 punches for the whole fight, you know, that's the type of fighter he is. You know, so that fight really doesn't concern me. And I'm sure it's probably people that think that Taylor's going to win or whatever. You know how that always goes. You know, but then again, you never know, man. You never know.
I'm interested to see how Berto does next week.
That's the most important fight on the card because Adrian Broner can take a loss. Then he'll be just like he'll just be like Berto to a certain extent. He'll have another chance. Lucas Matisse can take a loss right now, seriously, you know. But if Berto take another loss right now, they're gonna be like retired. You know. I had an interview early this week with his opponent Steve Upshur, and what I was telling him is Berto's 5'6". You know, about 5'6", about 5'7", to whereas Upshur is closer to 6 feet, if not 6 feet. You know, like with his with footwear on. So he's got to be able to jab. You know, he's got to be able to how can I put it? Like he's not Golovkin in no way, shape, or form. But see, when Golovkin being 5'11", and when he fought Curtis Stevens, you can see the height difference if you you can use the height to your advantage if you jab. Simple as that. So I was telling Steve that if you fight him, when you fight Berto, you know, I wouldn't take my chances trading with Berto. What you said? I wouldn't take my chances trading with Berto in any way, shape, or form, you know, because, see, he also knows that this could be the very last fight for him. You know, because how many chances is he going to get?
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with Berto. Like, against, like, Soto Carras, he just, like, he looked messed up.
You know, what I noticed he has to do is Berto try to become a slugger when he's not. And then what happens? He end up getting his ass beat the hell up. I mean, when you get a Robert Guerrero, okay, now no disrespect to Robert Guerrero, but Robert Guerrero was off for what? 14 months. Came back and fought Celso Gaidin, 2 weight divisions above where he made his bones at. And for Andre Berto allowed who should have been a smaller fighter to come up and just roughhouse him like that. That Robert Guerrero is not the Robert Guerrero Guerrero that got Robert Guerrero where he is today. So that showed me a lot about Berto. For him to let somebody like Robert Guerrero come up and do that to him. Now as far as Victor Ortiz is concerned, I mean Andre Berto right now, it just his name don't ring no bells to me. Bob Arum said it best one time. In fact, I'm gonna play that interview. Bob Arum said it best one time. Al Haymon feeding us, this steady dose of Andre Berto against tomato cans. And what do the fans get, the finger or some shit like that? But I'm gonna play it for you. It's a significant interview. Yeah, here you go. I'm gonna play the whole interview. Technology, yo. I can control my surround sound. I love technology, man. I like to do shit. Yo, what are you listening to, Michael Jackson, man? Turn that shit off. Okay, listen. Okay, so let me find out who that is, because I'm going to.
Yeah, that's annoying, man.
Who is it?
The payback's a motherfucker, ain't it?
Hey, that could be Francisco.
Mute. Oh, people. Oh, listen. If y'all want to fuck around, I will boot your ass and make sure you never come back in here again. Keep fucking with me.
Hey, yo, T-shirt can't hear you.
See, quiet now.
Well, to follow up, two other questions. First of all, can you comment on the second round? And how does the second round, off the top of your head, rank as a great round?
The second round, in truth, was the best round that I have seen since round one at Aguilar's.
Okay, hurry up, Aaron.
Thank you, Mark. All of a sudden, you're making the matches that people wanted to see.
This is the important part.
The results that the fans want to see. Why do you think that is?
Oh, fans want to see action and they want to see exciting fights. That's what the fans want to see. Now, some people who are involved in boxing want to sign fighters and have to fight the big units and have networks who pay to show those fights, and it goes on and on and on. That's not what the fans want. The fans want Bradley and Provodnico. Hey, Lou DiBella is going to be doing a fight a little later this year with Golovkin against Mack. Now, I am a promoter. I love boxing. But that fight I would pay to see. I mean, that's going to be a hell of a fight. So, and not only us, that other promoters, we don't have the cynic humor from a particular network. Also have that type of mentality. So I think it's great news for boxing fans because we're going to give them competition. Damn, you see some of these games in March Madness when last 4 seconds somebody sinks a basket and wins the game. And it's like a nail biter right to the end. Well, that's why fans love to watch it. Fans love to watch boxing if it's exciting, if it's competitive, and not like parents fights. Now, for years, we've had a steady diet of this kid Berto with guys that nobody remembers their names. That cost millions of dollars to one of the networks. And what did they get from guns? And what did their subscribers get? It's a finger. And some guy used to be in the music business, raped HBO, and hoodwinked the public. And that hopefully now is over.
Some guy that used to be in the music business raped and hoodwinked HBO, quote unquote, Bob Arum. Now, we don't know what he's talking about. Now, if you don't know, or if you've been living under a rock, when you hear people like Amir Khan say, my team reached out to Manny Pacquiao's team, we didn't hear nothing back, and then fans start saying Pacquiao could have fought Amir Khan. Did you know Robert Guerrero, he was itching for a Manny Pacquiao fight bad. Remember that when he wanted out of his Golden Boy contract, and he was openly talking about going over to Top Rank because they kept trying to feed him to Keith Thurman, and I wasn't mad at him for turning down Keith Thurman because people say he was ducking Keith Thurman. But if you know what Keith Thurman is, Keith Thurman, as fans are building him, is somewhat of the future of boxing as far as talent-wise. So Robert Guerrero was feeling like, how you gonna put me in here with Keith Thurman, who was still a prospect at the time? Remember, he didn't fight Julio Diaz or Soto Carrasco. So who was still a prospect at the time? They're saying, okay, you fight Mayweather, and now you fight Keith Thurman. It's like, I can understand why he said, like, go Keith Thurman, go fight Lara. He just started telling people to go fight anybody. But then, who does he fight? He fights Yoshihiro Kamagai for $1 million. Landy Lara got $1 million for fighting Saul Canelo Alvarez. Brandon Bam Bam Rios got close to $1 million, like about $900 plus $1,000 to fight Diego Chavez. What I'm getting at is this. Listen, as a boxing fan and as like a new reporter, when I cover so many fights and then I see the matchmaking, and especially as I'm studying to be a boxing promoter myself, I want to know what Al Heyman's plan is. We're gonna go through the fighters. Now, people say, why is Pacquiao fighting Chris Algieri? Why is he not fighting Amir Khan? Why is he not fighting Devin Alexander? Marcos Maidana was out there, and the names go on and on and on. But see, it's something that we can't get to the bottom of, is why is Heyman fighters? Why can't Heyman and Bob Arum work together? So before I move on any further, I'm going to say the only people that Manny Pacquiao can fight is anyone that's not Al Heyman. So a lot of fans a couple of years ago was talking about Nonito Donaire versus Abner Maris. That was a fight that could have happened up to maybe about a few weeks ago. Why? Is because now Abner Maris is signed with Al Heyman. So with what you heard Bob Arum just say there, Bob Arum and his fighters, top-ranked fighters, do not have, how can I say, exclusive HBO contractual deals. Bob Arum has been around, and promoting since the Thrilla in Manila. So he has ties with HBO that he don't have to sign no contract with his fighters. His fighters don't have to sign no contracts, to stay with the channel. It's some type of verbal agreement going on from what I'm understanding. But when people say, like, oh, you taking Bob's side and Bob's been robbing these fighters and everything, if you really, 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 really think about it, top-ranked fighters have been getting paid. You know, and if you look at whatever you say about Marcos Maidana making that $1.5 million, and you know he probably made another $1.5 million if Al Heyman paid him to not use his gloves. You have to think that top-ranked fighters, if you really, really think about it, they've been getting paid more than Golden Boy fighters. You know, and top-ranked fighters have been involved in tougher fights. Why? Because with the lack of fighters that Top Rank has, you know, and I'm going to go through Top Rank's best divisions and those fighters, they have to put their best fights on, you know, at all times because the rotation, you know, between 140, 147, you got Terrence Crawford soon. You got Mike Alvarado, you got Juan Manuel Marquez, Manny Pacquiao, Brandon Rios, Timothy Bradley. Now they just added Diego Chavez to it, Ruslan Provodnikov, Chris Algieri, and anybody, and all those guys can be recycled in fighting each other. You know, but when you want to throw in, you know, what's a fantasy matchup? When you want to say, oh, I would love to see Ruslan Provodnikov versus Danny Garcia, we cannot see it. Even though Ruslan Provodnikov is with a promotional company called Bama Promotions, and he's not a top-ranked fighter, we won't be able to see that. We won't be able to see that fight because of just promotional disputes. Now, the way I feel is that whoever has the upper hand, you know, needs to say, okay, listen, let's stop this bullshit. But for what I'm getting from it, Bob Arum being in the business as long as he's been in the business with working with guys from, you know, Muhammad Ali all the way right now to Manny Pacquiao, he doesn't respect Al Heyman. And I think because Al Heyman being the person he is outside of boxing, and for what I've researched, if you don't know what Live Nation is, you need to listen, this Al Heyman dude is powerful. You know, this Al Heyman dude may be a billionaire. You know, y'all see that bullshit on when you go look up, you know, people net worth and shit. Don't you ever believe, you know, that net worth bullshit. You know, I don't care if it comes from Forbes or nothing. Don't believe that because they don't know everybody's shit. And then that shit'll be it'd be like they net worth from like 2-3 years ago sometime. You know, and then people don't really know what net worth means. Net worth is not the money you have. Net worth is what you're worth and what you can accumulate, you know, an estate and things like that. You know, so if somebody's net worth says, you know, $200 million, you know, they can have only $25 million or $50 million to their name. You know, it's just that their name is what makes them worth that much money. So, for example, Golden Boy Promotions. You know, we remember the thing with Richard Schaefer and Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya was, you know, basically saying, like, you know, I'm the Golden Boy. You know, like, you can't have Golden Boy Promotions without the Golden Boy. You know, the name itself was worth so much money. You know, the name Golden Boy is worth so much money. So Oscar De La Hoya has a net worth, you know, of about $200 million, as it says. But, you know, in reality, Oscar De La Hoya and Golden Boy Promotions are the same, even though it's a company and shareholders and everything like that. So you could say that Oscar De La Hoya may be worth, you know, closer to $500 million because what if he did decide to sell Golden Boy Promotions the name? Did you ever think about that? See, people don't think about stuff like that. People want to always add up money, and that's why I get upset with Floyd, because here you are, the most lucrative boxer of all time, you know, as of right now, and I'm talking about way past inflation. You know, like when you look at the power that he can have, he can go to Al Heyman and say, listen, Mayweather can call a press conference in the Mayweather mansion and say, listen, I want to save boxing. You know, I want to fight. You know, even if he say I want to fight Timothy Bradley. If it's not Pacquiao, you say I want to, like, at least that'll be making some headway. You know, I'm not saying that, you know, he should fight Timothy Bradley, but what I'm saying is that, like, this shit is pissing me off. And then when I watch as much boxing as I watch, and then when you can start predicting the fights that's going to happen, I keep using the same example. In April, we had Lucas Matisse and Keith Thurman on the same card, knowing they could have fought each other at 147, but they didn't. They fought separate matches. Thurman fought Julio Diaz. Matisse fought John Molina. Even though it was a good card, but still. You know, and then what do you get again? You get in May, you get Amir Khan and Adrian Broner. Even though they was in two different weight classes, they could have fought. But no. You know, and then you get Danny Garcia versus Rod Salka. You know, and then Lamont Peterson, you know, versus Edgerson Santana. And then here, once again, next week on September the 6th, 2014, you're going to have Peterson versus Emmanuel Taylor. And then you're going to have Lucas Matisse, you know, versus Roberto Ortiz. Now, if you don't know, the Steve Upshur and Andre Berto fight, that's at 149 pounds. You know, so from the interview I had with Steve Upshur, he's not comfortable with that, but hey, you know, with a chance of a lifetime, he had to take it. So what I'm thinking is, this is what they're going to try to do to try to fuck with our head. They're going to make that, you know, at the last minute, we're going to find out that Matisse versus Roberto Ortiz fight is going to be at, I'm going to say, it's going to be at something like 100 and like 41 or 42 pounds. Remember I said it here first. They're going to make sure that Broner's going to be fighting at 140 and Lucas Matisse is going to be fighting at like 141 to 142 to ease, so they can say, okay, well, see, they in two different weight classes on the same card. I'm not stupid. Just like Canelo fought Alfredo Angulo. Canelo couldn't drop that last pound, and then all of a sudden, the day of the weigh-in, they try to trick us, you know, and say, you know, the fight's going to be at 155 pounds. Now, I knew better, and I'm like, wait a minute, let me research some more, and then what do we find out? We find out that Alfredo Angulo got paid some extra money. You know, you see how, like, boxing and marketing can try to like, fuck with your head? You know, try to make you think, like, as a boxing fan, you don't know what you're talking about.
I hate it. It's so annoying. Like it's not going to change unless somebody, like, stands up and does something, but nobody, you know, wants to change it.
Well,
like
Oscar De La Hoya tried to. Oscar De La Hoya been trying to, but Oscar De La Hoya don't have enough power. You know, Bernard Hopkins pulled, like, the ultimate power move by saying, look, I don't give a fuck about none of this politics shit. I'm going to fight Kovalev on HBO. You know, and it just happened. It wasn't no bullshitting around. You got to look, he's a 50-year-old man damn near, and he's not trying to be involved in none of that shit. You know, despite what people say about Bernard Hopkins, he was the first person I ever heard use the term Cold War for boxing. You know, he's been, every fight that he's had, you know, since all this shit started, he's been like, I don't want to be involved in this, you know, like, we need this to end. And he's been taking silent shots, you know, sideways backhanded shots against Floyd Mayweather, saying shit like, yeah, being undefeated, you know, mean, you know, like, you're the best. Like, little shit like that, you know, which is true. Like, I'm just thinking, man, like, that shit gets frustrating. Especially, people be wondering, like, how you be doing these videos. It's because sometimes I be chilling, and then I start thinking about boxing, and I just get mad and shit. You know, because it's like, you know, it's my job. You know, and if it's some dumbass shit going on in your job, you be mad.
Hey, T Street.
Yeah, what's up, man? What's up, Dean?
Yeah, that's me. I just thought I'd join to touch base on me. You mentioned something earlier. I was watching the YouTube feed. But
hold on, where you at? Like, what you in the States?
I'm in Nova Scotia, Canada.
Oh yeah, you up late too. All right. Well, what was you saying?
You mentioned earlier you don't know how the beef started between Arum and Al Heyman.
Yeah.
It basically happened back when they were trying to make the Williams-Pavlik fight.
The which one?
Pavlik versus Williams. They were trying to make that fight. And basically what was happening is Heyman was demanding pay equity for Williams against Pavlik. And Arum came out and said, this is bullshit. I'm never going to deal with that guy again. He's an asshole. That's basically what happened.
Yeah, what I've noticed is, like I said, over the last, I would say like 3 months or so, I've had like this sick Al Heyman obsession, to whereas I look at it like this. I don't like when I talk to boxers that know Al Heyman. I don't ask them about him, but I try to get like what his demeanor is about. You know, so I found out, you know, he doesn't have a speech impediment. Like people were saying, the reason why he avoids the cameras because he can't talk. You know, I found that was false. But what I'm trying to figure out is, and over these last few months, I've been doing so much research to try to figure out. We got this man running our sport. You know, a sport that's been around for hundreds of years. You know, and we don't know what his plan is.
No, I think he's just a very introverted, very rich, very introverted. He likes staying low key. He gets Sam Watson to do all his
front man
face.
Imagine if he showed his face now.
He just
sometimes I think that Al Heyman has some type of secret. It's something he don't want us to know. You know, because in this day and age, in this social media day and age, when everybody has a camera phone and it's just cameras everywhere, how do you avoid? And you have the best boxers. You are the most powerful promoter in boxing today, and how do you avoid all those cameras? How do you go through hell and high water to avoid like somebody like, oh shit, that's Al Heyman over there? Like, how do you?
Most people don't know. Most people don't know what he even looks like, so they don't know who they're actually seeing. He could be. Yeah, a lot of people. He's probably had a lot of fights. He's probably had a lot of places. Sitting in the crowd, people don't know him from him.
The last time I saw
people that know fighters.
I'm gonna find out. Listen, it's a fight I've been looking for. I don't remember which one it was. I watched it live. It's the Leo Santa Cruz fight. It wasn't the last one. It's within his last two fights. Al Heyman was watching the fight. Watching Santa Cruz.
Yeah, he was sitting next to Richard Schaefer.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that fight, and I could see him sitting there. And after that fight, he left.
Yeah, and then he got up and I watched him. I was like, "That's Heyman." Then once they cut away a little bit, you saw him get up and was like, you know, because what was happening, I think Thurman was going to fight next, and he was like, "Oh shit, this about to start getting crowded in here. Let me get the fuck out of here."
Al Heyman, he was at Canelo and Lara.
What you say?
I said Al Heyman, he was at the Canelo and Lara fight, and I saw him in the background. Somebody was interviewing Sam Watson. He was just standing in the background. The video's on YouTube.
Yeah, see, and look, it's shit like that. I see that I got some photos of Al Heyman that I had to go through hell and high water to get, and for some reason I just been collecting them, like saving them for like videos and shit, like these rare ass photos. Because it's something, you know, it's like when it comes to boxing, I like to go real deep as far as my research. You know, so when it comes to Al Heyman, I'll be like, what the fuck, who is this dude? I can find out everything about everybody. And let me tell you, I know some boxers' dark secrets. You know, but when it comes to Al Heyman, it's like, yo, like, what's your vision? You hear spokespersons and you hear Oscar De La Hoya, you know, you hear Bob Arum, you know, they tell you what their mission is to provide the best fights. How did you remember her boots? Somebody just asked me a question. How did I remember her boots? Because for one, it's on my Facebook page, and I forgot who it is. One of those famous social media people, memes or whatever they is. They put a picture of her with the boots on, and then him sitting tonight with the same fucking boots on. You know, which is still fucking with me. Well, he's wearing ladies' boots now. So, it's getting frustrating because you're hearing weekly now that Al Heyman's signing people up. I did a video when I was still on Into the Arena, and this was back in probably, I think, about February, when I did a video. I remember the video's called Al Heyman Phase 1, Al Heyman Promotions Phase 1, sign everyone or something. Because he went on a binge when he just was signing like 3-4 people a month.
I think he's trying to set up his own boxing league. I think that's what boxing leagues mostly.
Yeah, but remember, this man cannot promote. And remember, this man wants to avoid you know, cameras and media at all costs. So Is it going to be, you know, Sam Watson? Now we got Mayweather Promotions. What I don't think that you're going to have these fighters that want to fight with Mayweather Promotions. You know, I don't.
Agree.
Go ahead. What you saying?
I agree. Like, I can't see like Robert Guerrero or Canelo. I mean, not Canelo, but like Lara, like fighting under the Mayweather name. There's just certain dudes, you know.
So with
Maidana, as a matter of fact, you know.
So what's going on? It's like, well, what is the other promotional company going to be? Because you hear a lot of boxing people talk about, well, you know, Al Heyman's going to take all his fighters and move to his own promotional company. He can't promote himself. So you know, you got Mayweather Promotions that has the promotions license, but the promoter's license is in Mayweather's name. But guess who advises Mayweather? Mayweather, you think Mayweather know how to be a boxing promoter?
But like he can't stop being an advisor and just become a full-on promoter?
What you said?
You don't think he could just stop being an advisor and become a full-on promoter?
From my research, no, because he's too deep in. He's got management contracts with these fighters. You know, so in order for him to do that, these fighters will have to be brought out of their contracts. Or, you know, you have to wait for all the contracts to expire. So the fact that he keeps signing these boxers to these contracts, I'm sure people know that what he's doing. What he's doing is he's signing these boxers to management contracts, and he's taking a lesser percentage, but advising his boxers like, yo, don't sign with no company. Don't sign with no promotional company. You know, sign with me. And for the boxers, it helps the boxers because not only you're not paying a promoter and a manager. You're just paying a promoter. I mean, just the manager.
Do you think this is gonna end? This whole thing?
What you say?
Do you think like this whole thing is gonna end at some point? Like,
I thought it was close. I thought it was close to ending when Kathy Dover of Main Event Promotions, the promoter for Kovalev. I thought it was gonna come to an end when she did that interview when she was all pissed off and she was like, "I'm taking him to court," basically. Because of Don
Stevens. He's gonna have to testify, I'm sure.
What you say?
I'm sure Al Heyman was gonna have to testify.
Yeah, exactly. You know, I thought, you know, I was like, oh, it's over. But here's the thing: some type of deal was worked out where it was like, okay, well, you know, Kovalev not gonna fight Stevenson. Stevenson's gone, and we already knew Bernard Hopkins wanted the Kovalev fight, so they was like, all right, well, drop the lawsuit and we'll give you B-Hop.
That's exactly what happened. I heard Bernard Hopkins said in an interview the other day.
Yeah,
if you go through with this, you guys got to drop the lawsuit.
Yeah, it was sent, like once I seen him sitting right there next to her, you know, I was like, oh yeah, you know. But in the back of my head, I was like, damn, I want to be Al Heyman. But that guy's slippery, yo. Like when I found out that okay, well, let me tell you what his company's called. His company is called Heyman Ventures LLC. He also has Heyman Entertainment. You know, but here's the thing: he's doing all this stuff, and his name is attached, but it's almost like, how can I put it, like verbal agreement? Okay, all right. What I'm trying to say is, he basically is Live Nation. When I say Al Heyman is an extremely busy man, I don't know how he's doing all this stuff because he's a concert promoter. You know, this guy has worked with Eddie Murphy, Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson, Mary J. Blige, Will Smith, and the list goes on and on and on. So once again, it makes me wonder, it's like, well, why are you hiding from all the cameras? Now, I can understand, you know, being a recluse and, you know, being an introvert. I'm an introvert to a certain extent, you know, but it's like you're working with music. You're working with celebrities. And he's been avoiding cameras his whole life. His whole life. His brother name is Bobby Heyman. His brother fought Sugar Ray Leonard. But you can't find nothing or no videos or hardly any pictures or posters or anything of Bobby Heyman, you know, except for that one, a couple of him getting beat up by Sugar Ray Leonard. But what I'm saying is that did Al Heyman keep himself out of the media? He kept his whole family out of the media?
Al Heyman is messing up the sport, man.
Everybody, I don't be wanting to pass judgment on him like that. I don't be wanting to believe he messing up the sport. You know, I still want to have faith. It's like there's got to be some type of grand plan. There's got to. You know, now
I don't think he's messing up the sport either because 2013 was a really good year. 2014 has been pretty bad, but I don't know. We'll wait and see.
You know, but why would you waste? Why would you just waste this whole year? This whole year, his top fighters, you know, outside of Canelo, outside of Laura and Mayweather, have been in like record padding fights. You know, now you may want to factor in. Okay, well, maybe things didn't go to plan. You know, when Richard Schaefer resigned. You know, maybe it was like, oh shit, Richard Schaefer going. Let's keep our fighters in safe fights until we get out of this situation. You know, but still, you know, my cable bill is high as shit. You know, so when I look like when it comes to Showtime, what do you watch on Showtime? You know, I used to watch Dexter, but that shit is gone and had that badass series finale fucked me over.
Ray Donovan.
I don't watch anything on Showtime or HBO except boxing.
No, see, I watch HBO because I watch Game of Thrones, Boardwalk Empire. There's shows on HBO that I watch that I'll get HBO if it wasn't for boxing. But when it comes to Showtime, I'm only there for boxing.
They have like Ray Donovan and
yeah, but I'm talking about you know, like I'm only there for boxing. You know, so what I'm saying is I'm watching these fights and I'm like, what is this shit? I'm paying for this shit. You know, when we wanted to boycott Danny Garcia versus Rod Salka, I was thinking to myself, like, I can't, like, what I do, I can't boycott a fight. I gotta watch all fights, or there's not gonna be no videos. You know, you'd be surprised some of this shit I gotta sit through, man. I be trying to tell people, yo, this shit not easy. The videos is the easy part. Watching some of them bullshit fights, man. You know, watching Al Sabayupan versus Toshiaki Nishiyuko or some shit. You know, that's not the life, yo. You know, don't get me wrong, I love the sweet science. You know, but when it comes to Showtime, like I expect for him to be a bar. You know, Danny Garcia shouldn't have been in there with Rod Salka. You know, Lamont Peterson shouldn't have been in there with no Edgar Santana. That was, you know, just like you had Robert Guerrero and Devin Alexander on the same card, but then you got Robert Guerrero fight Yoshihiro Kamagai. And you got Devin Alexander versus Jesus Soto Karass, which is a good fight. But still, why not Guerrero versus Alexander, or why not Guerrero versus Soto Karass? Or why not?
Can they survive putting on another card like that? Like having two big stars in the same weight class on the same card without them fighting each other, you think?
What?
There's one coming up.
I didn't hear what your question was.
Do you think Golden Boy and Al Heyman, they can survive another reaction like that? Like having another card with two guys in the same division not fighting each other?
No, because the damage you did to Danny Garcia's career is somewhat unrepairable. You know, so you can't take no gamble like that ever again. Look what they did to Danny Garcia's. That fight is almost a month old, and there's still cherries all over Danny Garcia's Instagrams. You know, the post fight videos I did two of them. I did a Google Hangout and I did an initial video. There is only about a handful, you know, literally about a handful of videos that have positive likes. Anything you see Danny Garcia involving that Rod Salka fight, all disliked. You know,
it's not even his fault either.
It's not his fault. You know, and I've been trying to tell people that. People saying he cherry picking everything. I know better. You got a manager. Al Heyman picks all these fighters' fights. Just like Floyd Mayweather says he's his own boss. No. Al Heyman picks all his fights. But what you saying?
I think you can put the blame in a lot of different places.
Yeah, you can.
You get these guys, they're spoiled rotten because they're overpaid.
Overpaid.
So then you got overpaid big time. So they got a minimum that they, you know, what they get. What is it? $1 million plus? So then you got these cards, they throw a card together.
Yeah, about $1 million.
They throw a card together with high-paid stars, and then they have a budget. Showtime has a budget of what they can afford, so they can't afford budget. They can't afford to pay anyone to fight them. Not anyone that's going to demand actual real money. So
Steven Espinoza touched on that, talking about the budget. And that was something I didn't find out about until like 2 years ago. Like that.
A lot of these fights aren't on pay-per-view.
Yeah, and they gotta make that money. But see, here is where that can be a big issue, because what's going to happen when Mayweather's gone? You're going to have a huge drop in revenue. You're going to have that revenue drop is going to be, my God. So they need to make somebody now, but not putting these guys in the right fights to build them up. It's not cool. Because people are like, this is the social media age. You can't fight nobody of no credibility to fans and notability to fans and not hear about it these days. Because fans know a whole lot more and are a lot involved with boxing than they were 5-10 years ago. Why? Because of social media, Twitter, and all that. There's a link with the fans and the boxers now. Just like I had Deontay Wilder wreaking havoc on my page like a couple weeks ago. Because of he getting pissed off because people saying you're still fighting bombs. You're still knocking out bombs. And I don't call fighters bombers no more, but he's fighting lower level competition, and he has a title shot.
I think dude like Chris Arreola.
Exactly. Yeah, he needs. Listen. Go get now. You know what I think about? Seth Mitchell. That's one fight out. Go get Seth Mitchell. Go beat Seth Mitchell up. Beat somebody like him up. You got two.
How do you see him and Stavern playing out?
Yeah, well, Stavern got a hand injury or some shit. But here's the thing. The WBC, they know about it, and they was going to order the purse bid. The purse bid was supposed to be on September the 12th. It may still be on September the 12th. There'll be a purse bid coming up. Also, that Danny Garcia, Victor Postol purse bid is coming up. Remember, once WBC order a fight, you got 30 days to get it done, or they do it.
I think that's a very risky fight for Danny.
Yeah, well, with the WBC, that's why I feel,
I'd rather just see Danny move up.
No, I want to see Danny fight Bonner, man.
Who?
Bonner. Danny versus Bonner.
That's not
going to happen no time soon.
That's not going to happen. I don't see that happening. Look, this is the way I look at it. And I said in the video before, Danny Garcia and Adrian Broner are homies. They know to when they're on camera and everything to stay away from each other. But they're homies.
Yeah, no, I think that you be talking with
just like Adrian Broner, Lamont Peterson, and Danny Garcia, they all homies. So they'll talk all that shit in front of the camera, but they really don't want to fight each other. I don't want to keep them away from each other.
There's too many friends.
Like to fans, those are super fights, but those are super fights that are not ready for pay-per-view yet. Fans will love to see the Danny Garcia versus a Broner, or a Broner versus Matisse. Broner fucked his own plans up, really. Broner was supposed to be the next big thing, and Broner's still marketable even after losing to Maidana and having that poor performance against Carlos Molina.
Shit, I rematch with Maidana, really?
He can't. One thing about AB is he do fight. He will fight everybody. It's not him. It's his manager saying like, no. I'm not letting you fight. I don't
think Al Haymon will force him to get another trainer if he has another bad performance.
Yeah. You can't move forward with Adrian Broner's career until that lateral movement thing is taken care of. See, when you use the shoulder roll, you got to use all aspects of the shoulder roll. Floyd Mayweather. Look what Floyd Mayweather had to go through to avoid, 600 plus punches from Marcos Maidana. Adrian Broner can't do that. You saw it like Floyd Mayweather had to push himself to his peak. You know, Broner, he don't have all that. You know, Broner's just, he don't have all that. Moving around, and he don't have all that.
Yeah.
And then Broner don't have that step. Broner's flat-footed. You know, so you using a shoulder roll and you flat-footed. And I know he was flat-footed when he fought Eloy Perez. He fought Eloy Perez. He fought Vicente Escobedo. He fought Antonio DeMarco. And then Gavin Reeves. And I said, he's just like guys in the middle of the ring.
I mean, Broner is a good fighter, but like honestly, I can't like anybody worth mentioning at 140 or 147. I can't see him beating him.
Yo, see, exactly, because I think about like, okay, all right, let me just throw a name out there. Maybe a Tomas Delorme can beat him because just move around him. And Adrian Broner has not. Remember, he jumped up from 135 to 147. You know, so he didn't have no knockout in 140 or 147, even though he's only had what 3 fights in both divisions. Combined.
I think Broner's problem. Oh, go ahead.
Hey, I think people like seeing TMT fighters lose because they think it's like Floyd taking a loss.
No, well, the fact that Floyd fighters, if any Floyd fighter takes a loss, Floyd going to hear it. Period. You know, because with that persona he got, you know, you're not supposed to lose. Nobody in the money team is supposed to lose in anything. Like, you on a money team. Money team don't lose.
Hey, I see people on your Facebook page hyping shit up their loss.
Well, you know, see, if you follow Jalen Love's last 4 fights, it was coming. You know, it was coming, and see, Jalen Love is not really nothing. Only reason why, and I'm not no disrespect, but the only reason why people are mad is because, only reason people are up in arms is because he's a Mayweather fighter and he's not supposed to lose.
So he's got the skills and everything. It's just the chin is not very good.
No, it's just something's missing with him. It's the style or whatever. What is he? A power puncher or a boxer? What is he? A pressure fighter? You know, nobody knows who he is. But nobody knows who he is. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to play this interview, and I'm about to go let my dog in the yard because he's about to shit on something, and I can't have that. He like panting and shit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put this interview on, and we're going to go from there. Did somebody try to get into my call? Oh. So listen, give me a couple minutes, and we'll take it downstairs. My bad. I'll be right back.
Yeah. That's the money that was going to lose on this. I would Google it. We can Google it. I know, but so some fire, I can't hear that. Hey, can anybody else? That's a low voice.
I was 13-year-old with a dope boy kid.
I'm doing a video on YouTube, so I'm gonna see like somebody just got muted. I heard.
Well, we know you gonna grab every bit of the You do that. You know I was there, sorry. I'm training. I'm in camp. Ain't going nowhere. Stuff in Vegas.
The brother likes boxing. If you're in the gym, out of the gym, I mean, what's
honestly, man, you know, when I first got to Vegas and started training at the Mayweather gym, I knew the guys. I knew a lot of the guys from the amateurs and stuff like that, but I didn't know them close about them now. I mean, not everybody know my business. I know their business. You know what I'm saying? I know everybody go through something. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of us are away from our families that got from here, from New York, Memphis, Detroit, Milwaukee. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So,
You know what I want to know? I want to know how many people. I want to know how many people feel that that Floyd's going to beat Maidana easy this time. 'Cause that's what everybody's saying. It's going to be easy work this time.
I think he'll win, but I don't know if it's going to be easy. I think he'll still win, though.
I expect an 8 rounds to 4 kind of deal.
Well, for some reason, when I didn't go with my gut before, like when I, like for example, when I used my heart to Big Paul and Malignaggi, when I knew that Sergio Martinez was knees was messed up, you know, when I knew that Canelo, you know, was going to be Angulo, always went the other way. You know, I got that deep feeling that for some reason he's going to try to move. He's going to use that movement, you know, and the shoulder roll, and that's how he gets caught with something wild. I feel he had to fight that fight like that the first time because using the foot movement and the head moving with the shoulder roll would leave him open for something wild. So he had to stay stationary and block all that shit. You know, because one false move when he's trying to dip out the way or something, you know, I mean, he's going to get hit with some wild shit. Marcos Maidana is lighter right now, even though he's not with Alex Ariza. Interesting thing, the beginning of this video, I played an interview from Alex Ariza. Marcos Maidana came into the ring at 168 pounds.
No, that's how.
He was 157 pounds. He lost a whole bunch of water weight just in 12 rounds. So this fight, they're saying he's going to come in at about 155, 157. So I'm trying to figure out if he had all that energy now for the first half of that fight, and the fact that he really didn't gas through those 12 rounds. If he had all that energy when he was that heavy, how much energy is he going to have now? People forget that Marcos Maidana gets better with every fight. People forget that he's wild, but he's got a second chance now to define that right hand. Example, we were seeing at one point in time when he was throwing the right, it was coming straight down. But after a while, he was doing this shit. It was so wild to the point where he hit Mayweather with all this and everything. You know, and he said he was too excited. So if he comes in and he actually has a game plan and he's now used to being on the big stage, you know, then for some reason I see a real long night for Mayweather, a real long night, and there's so much shit going on. How can you deal with that shit mentally? You know, the man is a human being. I think to myself, with the shit with 50 Cent, with T.I., with Nelly, with Miss Jackson, you know, with all this shit going on with the Golden Boy Promotions thing, you know, how he just had to, you know, and then with Alex Ariza, it's too much shit going on. You know,
some people thrive through the chaos.
Would you say?
Look at Jim, for instance. Some people thrive in the chaos.
Yeah, you're right.
Jim, for instance.
All he's doing is selling the fight even more.
All the time, but see, he always like to have Mayweather always has to have people around him. That's a known fact. He always said that, and also he's an insomniac. So what he does with his insomnia, I do videos on insomnia. He just goes to the gym. Just see the episode of 24/7, not All Access, where he just call you up. You know, no matter what time of day it is. And if he said he want to go train, he tell you he going to the gym and he expect you to be there, but then he don't show up for 4 hours later, like some old shit like that. That's not a life I want to live. I'm sorry. You know, and then, okay, somebody's about to get the mute.
Jack.
But I look at it like this. If you think that, remember one point in time, 50 Cent was his best friend, and at this point in time right now, they only known each other for about a little over 11 years. I go back to the question again. When you walk around that Money Team mansion, you know, like what do you think is going on? What do you think these people are doing? You know, do you think all of them has a job? You know, like their clothing, that stuff is expensive.
No, I don't think this personal stuff is gonna bother him all that much.
Well, he's too arrogant. That's true, but I'm talking about something where you don't think that maybe Las Vegas is getting sick of Floyd. You know, did you notice? You know, even if Floyd is winning, those cards are getting closer and closer. You know that if Floyd Mayweather loses, there's going to be many millionaires that are going to go bankrupt, and there's going to be people that are going to lose their homes. Suicide rates are going to go up. But then you're going to also have a whole bunch of people that betted on Marcos Maidana are going to be new millionaires. Yeah. So Floyd Mayweather at this point in time right now there'll be, how can I say, there'll be a lot to gain. Boxing won't come to an end if Floyd Mayweather loses. If Floyd Mayweather retires, boxing is going to be fucked up. But there's too much money involved. Too much money involved. And when I think about, you know, he's getting split decisions and shit, You know, and I'm thinking about these judges are old as hell, and then the ignorant shit that he does. You know, look what happens when the rumors came out about Pacquiao before the first Bradley fight. When they said Pacquiao allegedly said that all gay people should be put to hell or some shit. You remember those rumors?
Yeah.
You know, well, you know, what happened? He goes on and gets robbed by C.J. Ross and J. Rock and Dwayne Ford. Because I'm looking at it like, well, what if one of those judges had like a gay daughter or a gay son or something? Yeah. So as if you look at Mayweather, how do you know those judges may not have a personal vendetta against him? Like, you know, I'm sick of seeing this arrogant motherfuckers in the news. I'm going to teach him. And you know, those judges be old as shit. You know, those judges be old people. You know, so
after every time I see Mayweather fight, like after every time I see him fight, I'm like, man, what if he gets robbed right here?
Yeah.
You never know.
And then Vegas is his home, but the cards are getting closer in his home.
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
You know, like something ain't right, man. Something ain't right. You can go look back at the end of the Mayweather-Maidana first fight. When they were reading the cards, Mayweather put his hands up and put them down, and that's the first time. That's the first time. And I can't even remember when I saw that look of doubt on his face.
Yeah.
Like, oh shit.
Actually, I see this fight. Fight. You know, he's a fighter that adapts to the opponents. And you see Maidana.
I can't hear you. What are you talking about? What you say?
I'm thinking about that the result of this fight is going to be the continuation of the second fight of the first fight. I see Floyd winning this.
Oh, okay. Francisco, it's you. My bad, Heaven. I unblocked you. Heaven Dude, whatever your name is, freak ass name. I just had to mute Francisco. That was him with all that bullshit noise. Okay. Okay, Francisco. Okay. All right, now it's a little quiet. You know, now Jesus Christ. Yo, Rap, I don't want to talk about Floyd no more. I was supposed to be off I don't even know how long I've been on this shit. I'm supposed to be going to bed, man. I ain't sleeping in a couple days. But what I'm gonna say is there are now news. I'm seeing on my Facebook that Canelo and Joshua Clottey is supposed to be fighting.
That's a good fight.
And I'm also hearing that it may be on HBO.
That's a good fight.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a good fight for the fact that Canelo, I mean, that super junior middleweight junior division of 155 is really no fight in that division, really. But here's something crazy. Joshua Clottey defeated Anthony Mundine in April. Anthony Mundine is one of my favorite fighters, even though people think he's a creative fighter from Fight Night. But Joshua Clottey beat the shit out of him, right? Yeah. April. But Anthony Mundine in November is getting a shot against a guy by the name of Sergey Rabachenko, who's trained by Ricky Hatton. And guess what? The winner of that fight is going to be the mandatory #1 contender for the WBC 154-pound title. You know, so what I'm saying is that the guy that Joshua Clottey beat in his last fight is now fighting in the title eliminator mandatory fight, you know, to get a title shot against Floyd Mayweather. So it's crazy how all roads lead to Floyd. I said, well, I didn't want to talk about him, but when it comes to that belt, and if you have not noticed with the WBC, I'll go through it again. People say, you know, I wish the boxing governing body start stepping up, you know, start making fighters fight their mandatories. Well, listen to this. At 135 pounds, the mandatory was most likely going to be Jorge Linares. But Omar Figueroa can't make 135 anymore. He put up to 140. Victor Postol has been ordered. Manny Garcia versus Victor Postol has been ordered. That's 140. 147. Mayweather's number one contender is Amir Khan. 154. Mayweather's number one contender is going to be either Anthony Mundine or Sergey Rabachenko. At the 160-pound division, the WBC ordered Miguel Cotto to defend his title against the winner of Golovkin and Rubio. You know, so when you look at the 168-pound division WBC, you got Anthony Durrell, who just beat Saki Obika, and the WBC went to Chavez Jr. and said, yo, you can be the number one contender. You know, we can have you fight Anthony Durrell by December. Chavez Jr. turned it down. When you look at the 175-pound division, WBC champion is Adonis Stevenson. I'm hearing that it's very close that Adonis Stevenson is going to be ordered to take on Jean Paul.
Hey, yo, who promoting Durrell?
What? Anthony Durrell?
Who's promoting Durrell?
Oh, he's an Al Heyman fighter. He's an Al Heyman fighter. Oh no! I forgot what Andre. He may be with. He's not with 50 Cent no more. He's not with 50 Cent no more.
But you know, the real question now about all that Mayweather beef is who have the better fighters. You know, because 50 fighters are getting exposed, so Mayweather fighters.
What you say? They're getting exposed.
All of them are getting exposed. So who's the better fighters?
You know, well, see, here's the thing with 50 Cent. You know why? See, people have their issues with 50 Cent. 50 Cent do some thirsty ass shit sometimes. But see, here's why I respect 50 Cent. Is because Floyd Mayweather thought he was joking around. You know, Mayweather and him was talking about, you know, becoming promoters and everything together. So 50 being a businessman he said, oh yeah, you're right, we got the money. So let's go be boxing promoters. 50 Cent go get his promoter's license. Like he goes and no bullshit goes and gets his license. And then you have to think that he exposed that key information that I went to go put Mayweather Promotions together. It's no LLC, it's the name. So you know what that means? That means that one of you guys, anybody could have went and purchased Mayweather Promotions LLC. That's bad. That's bad. So 50 put all that shit together, and he got his license. But see, 50 Cent tried to bring his rap persona into boxing. Oscar De La Hoya, I'm taking Floyd from you, and you'll never promote a. This was on Twitter. He told De La Hoya, you'll never promote another Floyd Mayweather fight. So basically on Twitter, De La Hoya laughed that shit up. But also 50 was trying to pry Floyd away from Al Heyman. You know, it wasn't letting that shit fly. It wasn't letting it fly.
What is it that these fighters like about Al Heyman so much?
He takes a lower fee. He gets you. Here's the thing. He takes a lower fee than the average manager, you know, and he can afford to do that. And the boxer loves it because he tells the boxer, don't sign with a promoter. You know, so all you do is sign with a manager. So basically, you're just a free agent. You can do whatever the hell you want. So not only does he take a lower percentage, but he also promises his fighters, I'm going to get you on TV and I'm going to get you a title shot no matter what. Look at Gary Russell Jr. You know, look how many fights we were fed of Gary Russell Jr. and look how we were being told Gary Russell Jr. is the fastest man in the sport. Gary Russell Jr. is very fast, but that shit is inaccurate. You saw what Vasil Lomachenko was doing to him? He would throw that little 3 punches and Lomachenko would be gone.
Yeah.
You know, so Al Heyman promises these fighters, I'm going to get you there. You know, and he tells these fighters who to be. So when I say he tells these fighters who to be, he tells Adrian Broner to be that way. Adrian Broner, you be that way. You know, you be a dickhead. But see, you being a dickhead, I can put you in there against lower caliber opponents. Yeah. You such a dickhead, people gonna watch the fight anyway.
But
Yeah.
that's the thing. As long as we pay for those fights, we're gonna compete with those kind of fights. You know, like top guys fighting C or D class fighters. So we
He muted that one. God damn thing.
My bad. I muted you by mistake. My bad. Well, I heard what you said. Yeah, it is. See, it's the matchmaking. Like, see, if we didn't watch as much boxing as we did, I try to think. Okay, all right. When I watch boxing with a female, they don't know the names of the boxers, but yet when they see somebody like Rod Salka get knocked out, that's exciting to them. So I'm trying to figure out what is the marketing strategy. Is it to put these top rated fighters against these lower rated fighters to get knockouts for the ratings? But if you look at if they're doing that, then that means the boxing fans, the real hardcore boxing fans, are suffering because you're worrying about getting these knockouts and these exciting fights for these subscriptions. But the people that's been paying and supporting for this long time know that they fighting these low level fighters. You know, so the hardcore fans are the ones getting fucked over. But if you look at how many times it's happened this year,
Yeah.
you know, it's outrageous. Look at how many times it's happened this year when they're putting the same fighters in the same division on the same cards. And then when you put two title contenders, meaning two title holders, Danny Garcia and Lamont Peterson on the same card, and then they don't fight each other, you expect people not to be mad?
It's ridiculous.
How did they think that was going to fly? You know what I would have did as a promoter? I would have said, "Oh shit, no, I got to make y'all on two different cards." You know, but it's a shame because Danny Garcia, you know, his reputation is fucked up right now because now it was already a Mauricio Herrera thing. Then instead of fighting Mauricio Herrera in a rematch, Al Heyman advises him to fight Rod Salka. You know, so you don't fight Batista in a rematch. You don't fight Mauricio Herrera in a rematch. You don't fight Adrian Broner, and you don't unify your division, you know, in fighting Ruslan Provodnikov, Chris Algieri, or Lamont Peterson. You know, and I know about you, like I said, about the HBO fighters, but still, you fight Rod Salka. You know, like
I wonder where they're digging these guys up at.
Yeah, like where is, like, you know, like what is going on with this?
You know, it's weird because he's always fighting like the best fighters, and then this year he just like took this whole year off pretty much.
Yeah, you're right. Well, see, I knew Herrera was going to be a good fight for him, but see, it's not that he took the whole year off. This whole year has been clouded with fucked up controversy.
Yeah, Herrera rematch, man.
You know, he got to fight again. I say, like, well, Danny Garcia is going to be fighting again. You know, well, I'm gonna go back to how the purse bids work. You know, right now they got maybe about 20 days or so. You know, and then, you know, in 20 days it'll go to a purse bid, and then the fight has to happen 90 days or 60 days, if I'm correct, after the purse bid. So Danny Garcia either has to vacate that belt, you know, which he's going to take heat for, because remember, if he drops that belt, it's going to be a year of, okay, well.
Oh shit! You got muted.
How did somebody mute me on my shit?
I don't know, man.
That Jack wanted to be controversy.
Hey, yo, I want to ask one question, though.
Yeah, go ahead. I hear you. I'm trying to figure out how somebody gonna mute me on my own shit. What kind of? Y'all got too much power. I gotta take some power.
Was that J. Leon Love's mom at the fight? Was she telling him to stay?
That was his mom. You couldn't tell his mom.
I don't know. I heard you say mom. I thought it was mom. And it looked like she was telling him to stay there.
You got muted again.
Jack Tony keeps muting them.
That shit's funny though.
Bro.
Jack, you fucking around?
Nah, sorry, man. Sorry.
I swear, no, but listen, like, I'm going to learn this shit. Y'all not going to have this power no more. I'm telling you. I'm trying to be nice. You know, but y'all taking advantage. But yeah, I'm saying, like, yeah, that is his mom. You know, you can't just run up to the ring like that. Who's going to run up to the ring like that?
Exactly.
Hey,
he's down. Tony Weeks is like, it's over. She got his arm. You know, like, screaming. That's not no.
Was she telling him to stay down though?
No, I don't know if she was telling him to stay down. She was screaming her ass off. But yeah, I would have told his ass to stay down. If you seen the way that leg was twitching and the way he was laying there looking around, you know, he was just laying there, just looking.
Never seen that. She was touching his arm.
Yeah.
She was like interfering. I've
Yeah,
never seen that.
exactly. That's how you know it was his mom. That's just like if you see
Silent.
if you see somebody laying on a canvas of a ring. First question you ask yourself is, he's a boxer. Why are you on a canvas? You're not supposed to be there. That means you got knocked the fuck out. You know, that's the first question. Just like so when you see a woman with those animated facial expressions and heads flailing in the air, she gets up right next to from Leonard Ellaby and just start darting toward the ring. You know, like where the press and the media is supposed to be at, and she's sitting there like grabbing his arm while Tony Weeks is trying to give him a chance. You know, that's automatic disqualification. That's his mom.
Yeah,
that was his mom. You know, like she saw her boy leg twitching, and she was like, you know, oh shit, you know, like I'm hoping he's all right. You know, his leg was crazy.
So you don't think Jay Leon Love will ever get like a title at some point?
Well, he's gonna be off for about a year. I know that for sure.
Yeah.
You know, so when it's a shame because when he comes back, he might be on ESPN. I mean, remember the poor guy was on Showbox, crying out loud. You know, I'm not taking nothing away from Showbox, but Showbox still shows that he's still a prospect. That's what Showbox is for. You know, like you move up from, you know, ESPN. Actually, ESPN is higher than Showbox today.
Yeah, he had it coming. Just based off his last few fights, he had it coming.
Well, he was too. I got some footage of him, you know, on in the background. He was just too hyped, man. It was just too much. Jay Leon Love is good, or he's going to be this and that. And I'm like, I haven't seen anything from him. And then in his biggest fights, you know, it was some bullshit going on in his biggest fights. So I'm not going to believe that this nigga's good. I ain't mean to call him nigga. See? Oh shit, I got to stop saying that. These live shows.
I think he's a good prospect.
What you said?
I think he's a good prospect, but he's just still green. Probably nervous because he had bad performances.
Look how many times he's been hurt.
Yeah, and then you get Lloyd and Ellaby staring at him in his ring, and Stanley's all there.
Yep.
All that pressure.
With that pressure. Floyd cursing people. Floyd stopped showing up to people fights. Every time he showed, did you notice? Every time he showed up to somebody fight, they get beat the fuck up.
Yeah, it seems like it.
They just don't lose. They get beat the fuck up.
Nigga flew down at the fight.
Yeah, and then you know he got knocked out right there in front of Mayweather and Bad Medina, you know, and his mama. So if you look at it, you see Floyd looking like it. You see Floyd girl next to him like, oh shit. You know, and then you see Floyd's daughter too, like, oh shit. Like that's horrible when you think about it.
I think Love's favorite fighter happens.
What you say?
I think Love was his favorite one out of all of them.
Well, Love was the number one. Well, yeah, he was always winning, but he was the number one boxer in the Mayweather promotion stable. This was their first official card. This was Mayweather's first promoted, like the fight that he promoted under his own name. There was Golden Boy Promotions nowhere to be found.
Yeah, and his fight was lost.
Yeah, he gets knocked the fuck out. You're #1 fighter. That's a bad statement. And let alone, that's bad luck going into your biggest fight of your career. That means you might get that. And that's what I'm saying. That it's something not right about this fight, man. You know, Floyd, in my opinion. You know, now, people can talk about, you know, the Willie Claps and the sweet peas and all that, but in my opinion, Floyd Mayweather, is one of the best defensive boxers of all time.
If he loses, what do you think he will do? Like, what will you do with his career? Like,
oh no, well, for one, Floyd's in the contract. If he loses, it's going to be Mayweather versus Maidana 3 in May. That's not, you know, Floyd loses, that don't stop his contract. Remember, do you not, guys? Remember when he tried to retire? He tried to retire after the second Mayweather fight. I mean, after the first Maidana fight. You know, he was talking retirement before the fight. He wanted to get married and have kids and all that because Miss Jack was pussy with. You know, so, but as far as he's listen, he's not going. No, he's going to fulfill that contract. You know,
losing to anybody at 147. I just don't see it. You know, those guys, some of them are great talents, but they don't seem to be ready for that elite level.
Who is?
I ain't talking about TMT.
What you talking about? Yeah.
I'm talking about 147 fighters in general. I don't see any fighter being Floyd right now.
Well, see, once again, I'm gonna say this: you don't fight Floyd. You gotta fuck Floyd up. You know, I don't see, I see a lot of people say Amir Khan will give him a good fight because of the hand speed. I understand that. You know, Manny Pacquiao can probably beat Floyd because of all the aggressiveness. You know, but as far as going out there trying to box Floyd, you're not beating Floyd boxing him.
You're
not beating him boxing him. You gotta go out there and, you know, Maidana overdid it. You know, when you tackling and, you know, he almost, you know, kneeing him in the face and all that shit, and then when you hitting him and clubbing him on the back with your forearm, you know, that's not, you know, but in order to beat Mayweather, you have to frustrate him and you have to beat him the fuck up. See, Mayweather, like, a lot of those punches was not legal punches by Maidana, but still, that's still flesh and everything you're hitting. Floyd was hurting. Floyd, like, I used the terminology, he was getting tenderized. Like, that tissue was softening up. You know, you get hit everywhere. Like, imagine how much energy that takes from you. You doing all this. Like, you in the corner. Go back and watch that first and second round. You know, and don't watch Maidana punching him. Watch all that moving Floyd's got to do. Like, you know, that shit takes a lot of energy. So that's why I say him having to do that and move around the ring, he's got to fight. He's got to fight 1 or 2 fights. He has to fight that same fight he fought, or he has to fight moving around. I don't think he can fight both.
Yeah, Maidana had the right game plan though. He's got to do that, but he gassed out like towards the end.
Maidana's got to go right to him and take Mayweather's space. You know, Maidana has a good jab, and he was holding his own with that jab in the middle round. But that's when Maidana started. That's when Maidana started letting off the gas. Maidana has to stay on him and keep Mayweather on the ropes at all times. You know, Maidana already knows, which makes Maidana even more dangerous, is that he knows that Floyd can't hurt him. You know, Floyd
will step, you know, in the ropes, and I don't think so. You know, I think this fight will be more mobile.
Floyd got. I don't think Floyd can knock anybody out anymore. If you look at the people he's fighting, their faces are not getting busted up like they used to, and it's a psychological thing going on. And let me tell you what I mean. Floyd messes up his hand in some way, shape, or form every single fight. So
I was just about to say that.
What you say?
I don't even think Floyd could have knocked T.I. out.
I mean, honestly, see, Floyd, he can knock somebody out. But see, it's something psychological where he don't hit people hard like he used to. Because he becomes something like, oh, I hurt my hand. I can't do it. I hurt my hand. You know, his hands are his money. And then, you know, when you got a guy that has to fight twice a year, every 6 months, you know, he can't afford to take 8 months off, you know, healing up his hand right. You know, there's a lot of different factors behind it. See, Floyd can throw his hand, and he can still knock people out, you know, physically, but mentally he can't do it. You know, because he'll throw a punch, and it'll be a clean punch, like, oh, but if I hit him too hard, I can break my hand, and then I got to fight with a broken hand for the rest of the fight, you know, and then, you know, be at a disadvantage, and maybe even also be out, you know, for an extended period of time with an injury.
I got a question for you, T-Street.
Not everybody out anymore.
I got a question for you, T-Street.
Yeah.
What do you think of Victor Ortiz? Do you think he's gone batshit crazy or what? Have you seen recent interviews by him?
I saw the Expendables 3, and I thought I hated every minute that he was in it.
Oh man.
Because to me, like, I don't think Victor Ortiz has a place in boxing anymore. You know, he's mentally he's touched. He's a mental head case. You know, and more importantly, he's a bitch. Like, there's no sugarcoating that. There's no sugarcoating that. You know, he's a bitch.
I saw some recent interviews by him, and
he's lost
his mind. He's talking like he's all pissed off, but he got this fixed smile on his face, this Joker fucking smile. And it's just like, this guy's fucking nuts. And now he's going to do with Layla Ali. I don't some kind of benefit that's going to be on ABC tomorrow, I think. And it's like, they're giving this guy national airtime. What kind of representative is he of boxing? He looks like...
Yeah, and the thing is, yo, listen, he's got a hell of a manager getting him this shit. He getting the movies and shit. After getting his jaw broken, beat the fuck up, you know, you got Stallone calling you up, like, you know, this. But see, like, the thing about Ortiz is we always know he's going to provide a good fight. Why? He's going to provide a good controversial fight. Because not only is he going to get beat the fuck up, but it's going to be always a question about his career. Well, did he really give his all, or did he quit?
But guys, honestly, he's
yeah. You know, and then when you have he's had 3 mental lapses against Marcos Maidana.
Marcos beat that
against Floyd Mayweather. You know, and then against Luis Collazo. Now, I'm not counting the Josecito Lopez, because at first I did that video into the arena after the fight. I really thought like he was bullshitting, like he had quit again. Because see, with somebody like Victor Ortiz, you know, it's a shame, but if something really happens to him, you don't believe him because he always quitting. So you always got to be like, you know, okay, like, so when Josecito Lopez broke his jaw, I was like, oh, he just quit. His jaw ain't really fucking broke. You know, but his jaw was broke. That shit was disconnected, like from the bone, like bones was disconnected. But the Luis Collazo thing, he took that one punch, and then he just turned to put his ass up in the air, and, you know, just started, it was like, oh, no. No, then he had that dumbass look on his face, like, don't hit me no more. No, we don't have no room for that in boxing.
As soon as he got hit with that, I was like, I knew he was gonna quit.
Yeah, he just started turning around and just like, you know, like putting his. I thought he had a tail. I thought his tail was gonna go up like a cat. You know, like it was like it was bad. It was bad. Because
Maidana break?
What you say?
Didn't Maidana break his jaw, or did he just quit?
No, it was Lopez that broke his jaw.
Yeah, I know, but I thought Maidana broke his jaw also.
Oh no! That was found out later that he had just quit. That was found out later on. That's when we found out Victor Ortiz. That's when we first found out Victor Ortiz was a liar. You know, because what they do is, when Chad Dawson quit against Andre Ward, those cameras, they get right into your face. You know, when the referee asks you, like, can you continue? Can you continue? Andre and Chad Dawson tried to do like, no. He tried to like quit like on some old like, you know, like some discreet ass shit. No, Victor Ortiz quit. There's no, you know, he quit. You know, it's not mentally there, you know. And then with the Mayweather cheap shot, I don't call it a Mayweather cheap shot because you got to protect yourself at all times. You know, and also, you know, you tried to kiss the man and you headbutted him. You know, so, you know, head kicks. You know, you got
but he smiles through it all.
Yeah.
He smiles through it all.
And then he's so cocky at his post-fight interviews. Tomorrow, well, you know, 1 defeat don't make me. 2 defeats don't make me. 4 defeats don't make me. Me quitting don't make me. Honestly, I see no reason for him to fight again. I see no reason for him to fight again against anybody.
He's already got this movie stuff going on. I mean, you know, just quit.
And if you think about it, how did he get into movies?
I don't know.
He's been getting his ass whooped since 2011.
Yeah, since the Mayweather fight, he's just been like all over the place.
Like, how did you?
He must have some great agent.
Yes, he's got a great agent because he's on Dancing with the Stars and shit. You know what I'm saying? How are you getting all this shit off a losing record?
You don't see Robert Guerrero like, you know, on Dancing with the Stars or on movies or anything like that.
Yeah. You know, you don't see Paulie Malignaggi or nothing.
Yeah.
You know, you don't think Paulie Malignaggi would be into some shit like that. But no, Victor Ortiz getting all these, you know, and he was getting some airtime in that Expendables movie. And I was looking, they're trying to build him up, like, you know, I know it's a fictional movie. They trying to build him up as he tough. I'm sitting there watching that shit like, this bitch ass nigga. You know, I'm watching like, okay, all right, this is a good movie. But when I seen him, I started getting like disgusted. Like, why would they even put him in the movie? Like, why anybody but him? I'd rather them call up old ass Holyfield or some shit. Like, but why him? Like, call up George Foreman, anybody, I don't care. You gonna call this bitch ass because just like you were saying, Dean, it's like, how is he a representative of a sport of boxing?
That's it, but they're using him as it. He's like, look up at the last few interviews with him. He's on there saying, "I'm still top 5 in the world," crap like that. Wearing that insane face. Oh yeah, he's still saying this shit.
He just has a nice speaking voice.
He got something called delusions of grandeur. Like he's lost. He's what they call lost in the sauce. He's not all there. He's like a burger and fries, like short of an extra value meal. He just got the bag, the drink, and the straw. You know, it's just not there.
See, I knew bringing him up would give us all a laugh.
Yeah, man, honestly, like when I'm really thinking about him, I try to match him up at the 147 and 154 pound division, and I got everybody beating him the fuck up. I got everybody beating him up. You know, I can't think of somebody. I can't think of one 147 pounder. I'm talking about top 10. You know, 147 pounder and 154 pounder that he won't have a mental lapse against.
Well, you know what I like. Every time he loses, or he's about to come to a fight, I say, "Oh man, I can't wait to see him get beat again," because I'm enjoying watching him get beat up.
Yeah,
but then he acts all arrogant. He acts all arrogant about it.
This piece of shit.
So then I want to see him get beat up again and quit.
And you know what? And that's all. And that's a shame because it's kind of like, you know, like that's his typecast. You know, he like a character that's always getting, you know, like a movie character that's always going to be the same thing when it comes to boxing. You know, like he's always, when it comes to boxing, he's always going to be known. Fans go like, you know, he's going to quit. Every single fight you put him in, whether it's a fighter that he can maybe beat, even if it's like a number 111th contender, you know, ranked fighter, all it takes is one clean shot. And it's like that with Amir Khan a little bit too. You know, and I'm not clowning Amir Khan. You know, but one thing about Amir Khan is you start thinking like all it takes is one punch. Amir Khan has all the skills in the world, but all it takes is one punch. If you play video games, I know you probably played video games at one point in time. Imagine like playing Street Fighter or Mortal Kombat. You know, you hit Khan with one punch, and his power board be like 90% green. You hit him once, and he goes to like that flashing red all the way down, and he never recovers. If you notice, he don't recover properly. His legs be gone.
Hey, I think it's something that Floyd knockout.
Honestly, I was saying that. You know what? I was actually saying that Floyd may be able to knock Khan out. And it's sad.
Yeah, maybe if we see Khan versus Ortiz or something, who's going down first?
Oh, see, then that's now. See, that's a good fight. Khan versus Ortiz, because you got that chin of Khan's, but then you got that mental. You know, you got that. I don't know what's going on with Victor. Now that would be a fight that fans would want to see, because why? See how you can typecast these fighters? Why? Because people will say, "Oh, that's Amir Khan's chin versus the dickhead, mentally unstable Victor Ortiz." That fight sells off of that.
Yeah, I would pay for that.
Yeah, because you know why? You know why you're gonna pay for it? Because you know either Amir Khan's gonna get knocked out, or Victor Ortiz is gonna have some type of mental nervous breakdown.
Yeah.
So that is the fight. Somebody's gonna get knocked out, or somebody's gonna have a breakdown. And it's a shame when we look at those two boxers like that. You know what? Let me talk about this Amir Khan guy. He's scheduled to come back on December the 6th. The longer it takes for him to announce his opponent, the lesser the opponent will be. Remember, we're in September now, basically. So you got September, October, November, and then he fights at the beginning of December. Now, the bigger the name of fighter, the more promotion they're going to want to do. The name that they're talking about right now is this is the names I've been hearing: Robert Guerrero, Jose Zito Lopez, and somebody else.
Oh, bro.
Ratsaka.
Yeah, see, but here's the thing. He's the number 1 contender for Mayweather's title, 147-pound title. So Amir Khan wants to hold on to that title shot. So he doesn't want to damage, his chances at getting that title shot. But he also has that Kell Brook and Wembley Stadium fight that Eddie Hearn is aggressively trying to book for the spring of 2015. So Amir Khan is in a very good situation, but he's also in a situation where whatever his next fight is, if it's Mayweather, whatever his next fight is before 2015, it has to be a fight that fans gain respect for him again. He has to beat somebody of notoriety, and I don't think Devin Alexander is enough. He's got to beat somebody. I'm saying Robert Guerrero. They won't put him in there against Keith Thurman. They won't do it. They have offered Robert Guerrero up to Keith Thurman, but won't offer Amir Khan up to Keith Thurman.
What about Marquez?
Marquez? He did a recent interview. A friend of mine, Be Real TV, he did a recent interview, and he said that he can't do the Marquez fight because of promotional issues. Why? Is because he's with Top Rank. So when I listened to that interview, that further validified what I was saying. It's like, okay, but you want the Marquez fight, but Marquez and Pacquiao have the same promoter, but then you want the Pacquiao's team? Bullshit. And Amir Khan is known to be a liar too. He the same one that told us that the Mayweather fight was signed and sealed and delivered. He told us that twice. Remember, he told us on Twitter that he had the contract right there in front of him. Don't forget that shit. Amir Khan. What you said?
The way Marquez looking right now, he might play Khan up.
Oh, he gonna break his. Oh, yeah, see, Amir Khan can easily outbox him. can easily outbox him. But the thing is, all it takes is one of those punches. Yo, people, Marquez is that's a genetic freak, man. You know, Amir Khan can't handle that.
No, it'll be the same as the Pacquiao fight.
What you say?
It'll be the same as the Pacquiao fight.
Yeah, it'll probably be worse because see, Pacquiao got hit with a perfect punch. You know, but that first one that Pacquiao took, Khan wouldn't get up from that.
Yeah, but Pacquiao was kicking Marquez's ass.
Yeah, but remember when Pacquiao got knocked down? You know, the first time by Marquez, and then he looked up like.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
And then he just got up like, what the fuck is this shit? Where'd that come from? Amir Khan wouldn't get up. He'd just be laying in that corner like he was against Brutus Prescott. You know, he'd just be laying. He wouldn't get up because Marquez is not only he's a very accurate puncher. Timothy Bradley beat him because why? Timothy Bradley has a chin. Bradley knew how to engage. How to not engage.
You know, maybe Bradley versus would be good for this. You know, I don't think Bradley can knock.
Bradley versus who? Man, you break it up. I heard you say Bradley versus somebody.
Bradley versus Amir Khan.
Oh, you know what? And it's crazy because Timothy Bradley ducked the first fight. Y'all don't remember that? He ducked it when it was supposed to happen.
He's trying to get that Pacquiao fight. That's why he ducked.
But he was off for that long-ass time, and then when he came back, he fought Joel Casimir. Yeah, I remember that. He ducked that first. And that you know, see, that would be a good fight. But see, with this new Timothy Bradley, that one is trying to knock people out, you know, once again, you know, Amir Khan's got some questions to answer, and Luis Collazo wasn't enough for me. You know, Luis Collazo wasn't enough. You know, it's crazy because we have to see, and look, it's crazy. This son of a bitch, Amir Khan, is on the TV right now.
Yeah, and I'm not saying no to it. Well, Kel thought I was going to say no to that fight. I'm agreeing to it. Look, I'll take that fight. I mean, look, we take it with both hands. I'm a young fighter. I want to give the British fight what we want. And it's there on, man.
How much is it a decision of yours, or is it just left up to the team at the end of the day?
Well, you know, it's up to me as well as the team. I mean, we just want to see what's in the contract with Heyman and Golden Boy Promotions. We'll have to sit down and talk, see if we can get the fight made. If we can get the fight made, why not? I mean, look, I'm a fighter. I love these big fights, and I mean, I know what it's like. I've tasted it, what it's like.
But if you think about it, when was the last time he had a big fight? If you look at Amir Khan, okay, he's got a win over Collazo and a win over Carlos Molina, but then you was getting knocked all around the ring by Julio Diaz. You got beat up by a PED pellets, Lamont Peterson, you know, and that fucking ref with that fucking mohawk. And then you get knocked out by Danny Garcia. You know, so realistically, like, Khan seems a little bit entitled. Like, why don't nobody agree with this? He doesn't seem a little entitled. Like a little, you know, like, well, I deserve to have this. I'm Amir Khan. And it's like, what did you do?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, he's talented, but he has a bigger name than he's talented.
It's his name. Yeah, it's the name. You know, and it's the name, and it's probably because, you know something, it's this Bollywood actor called Amir Khan with 2 A's. That's probably why he get all those views, because people probably think he him. Because Amir Khan is a boxer. I'm sorry, I don't respect him. Skills wise, he's good, but what's the point of those skills when somebody can just crack you one good time and you done?
Yeah, he has a worse chin that.
I don't care what nobody say. Manny Pacquiao will break Amir Khan's fucking face. I don't care to see. Here's the thing. I feel if you keep coming at Amir Khan, he don't know how to fight on the back foot. He is fighting on the back foot a little bit better, but he don't know how to fight on the back foot. Look what happened when he was fighting on the back foot against Collazo, Julio Diaz, and most importantly, the roided up Lamont Peterson. He's got to push you. He's got to hold you. You know, he don't know how to keep you off. I mean, he don't know how to keep you off. You know, and now he's walking around. He's like 180 pounds or whatever. You know, and he's fasted. And it's like, well, damn, you must have really got down after your fast was over, because usually people lose weight when they fasted. Dude walking around on the beach with fucking Speedos on, fat as shit. and he's sparring and posting pictures on Instagram and Twitter. He working on his moves, but it's like, you like 40 pounds overweight. How can you work on anything when you're not in real body shape? Like that, I mean, you're not the body weight to use that shit. You know, so. You know, it just don't be like, that guy just don't make no sense to me, man. That guy really don't make no sense to me. You know, he was talking all that shit about Kell Brook. Once Kell Brook go beat somebody that he wouldn't fight. You know, and now it's like, yeah, I'll fight Kell Brook anytime.
How come they haven't fought yet?
That's kind of a cherry pick right there. Because like, you didn't want to fight him before. Now all of a sudden he get a belt and pull this amazing upset, which really necessarily was not an upset. You know, it was somewhat a 50-50 fight because, like I said, when it comes to boxers like Kell Brook, you can't count them out until they really, really lose, because prospects are made all the time like that. You know, a lot of people saying Sean Porter was going to lose to Devin Alexander. Then after that, he became Superman after he did what he did to Paulie Malignaggi. But Sean Porter now, you know, he's been surrounded by steroid allegations. And Eddie Hearn and Kell Brook made that clear. Like, yo, we've been doing our drug test because it's 24-hour, 7 days a week over here in the UK. But he ain't been doing shit. You know, he starts taking a blood test, you know, about 3 weeks before the fight and all that shit. And you know, when it comes to PEDs, like, fighters use the PEDs to get into shape. And also, you know, to get in great shape while they're training. So there's a tapering period. You'll be certain steroids you'll take for like 3 months, but then it takes like a month that you have to start slowly coming off of it, so it won't show up in the blood test, you know, on the urine test and all that. And that's what it looks like with Sean Porter. I think that if any boxer is ever accused of steroids, all that shit, they need to say, listen, I'll take a test right now. I don't care. Like, in this day and age in sports, if somebody accuses you of being on steroids, you got to clear your name. You can't let somebody talk that shit.
Yeah.
You know, you like, you gotta give up some piss. You know, you gotta give up the blood. You gotta give up some shit. Give up all bodily fluids if they ask. You know, because once your name is linked to steroids in boxing, man, you know, it's hard to get away from that shit. And all it takes is one person to say it or insinuate it.
You know, when he does that, since 7 drug tests, you know.
What you say?
When he doing he's doing that, you know.
Well, it's certain. You got to. All right, here's how it works. You have it's all up to the it's all up to each state, and it's all up to each organization. As far as you got WADA, NADA, VADA, USADA. Then also you got, you know, all the different athletic commissions. You'll have the New York State Athletic Commission, the Nevada State Athletic Commission, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and such and such and such and such. So there needs to be one. There needs to be one governing steroid, you know, body. But there's so many, you know, different ones. So for example, you can fight in one state something to be legal in one state, but not in the other one. You know, example, why Floyd Mayweather does not fight outside of Las Vegas, a man who can fight anywhere and sell out arenas anywhere in the world, but only fights in the 17,863 seat capacity MGM Grand. You know, 17,000. You know, that's it. When he could be fighting at 50, 60, 70, 80,000. But listen to this. There's a new arena opening up in 2016. There's a new arena that Mayweather is an investor in, along with Dana White and a few other people.
Where is it?
It's in Vegas. It's this state of the art arena opening up in Vegas in the next 2 years. But here's the thing. Mayweather's supposed to be gone, but now it's okay. All right, I'll just go ahead and say it. Mayweather's not going to retire after that Showtime deal. You heard it here, and I'm sure you probably know it already. He's not going to retire.
He will be fighting 55. I don't think he will retire 49.
He's not retiring at no fucking 49 and no, hell no. I'm thinking this. I'm thinking he's going to finish out this deal and then sign another 3-fight deal.
No, I after the deal,
I think he will retire. Yeah.
No, he not. Well, okay, I tell you what. If he does retire, it won't be no more than 2 years.
I think he'll retire if he loses.
And let's talk about this one thing right here. Okay, Mayweather has a bank account right now that has about a little under $100 million in it. It used to have $100 million in it, but my source now says it only has about $100 million in it, a little under, but still, that's still a lot of fucking money. But the point I'm trying to make is, you think Mayweather can survive over that for the rest of his life? A man who right now, Mayweather spends What you say?
Not with his spending habits.
He spends an estimated $20 million a year.
Wow.
Bitches happy.
Yeah, and he was advised to stop posting his gambling. Like, his tickets of him gambling, how much money he was spending.
Right.
The rumor of him betting $10 million on the Broncos to defeat the Seahawks.
Yeah, I remember that shit.
Remember that rumor? Well, guess what? It was true. But when you lose $10 million, will you deny it? Of course you're going to deny it if you're Floyd Mayweather. Of course you're going to deny it. I'll lie my ass off. I'm like, no, I ain't betting no fucking $10 million. Ain't no shit. But then you go to your bedroom, man. And then nobody in the money team, they can't say shit about it. Nobody can be like, damn, Floyd lost all that money. Or what does he do? He tells you to take off all your money team gear, turn all your money team gear in, move out the apartment that he got still in his name, he paying your rent, give up that car, whatever car he gave you, because this is a man who's supporting hundreds of people.
Hey, y'all, that's what 50 said about him, too, though.
No, it is. Like, Floyd has to have people around him. And what he does is Floyd buys people shit to be accepted by them. But also Floyd is narcissistic and controlling to the point where if you see with his women, most notably Miss Jackson, if he gives you something, he feels like he owns you. And he'll take that shit back. So that's why all those bitches that he be around, he buying them shit, but they can't say shit. When he invite one of them up to the bedroom, like he fucking them all in the same day, because they can't say, because he'll take all your shit back. He'll take your shoes back. He'll take your bags back. And then what he'll do is he'll put that shit on Instagram, giving it to other bitches. Crying out loud, the man was wearing Miss Jackson boots tonight. Yes. He had on Miss Jackson boots. What, like, he had on Miss Jackson's boots. Okay? Yeah. That's a big fucking deal where I'm from. That's your girl boots. That's your ex boots. And you put your ex boots on, and then you went out.
Nah, them unisex boots, man.
What?
Give him a break, them unisex boots.
Yeah. But he went out though, and he tucked his jeans into them. So it's like you want people to know. Look, I got this bitch boots on. Bitch, I'm wearing your boots. Boots are made for walking. That's what I'm gonna do.
I got another question for you, T. Another question for you, T. So, have you removed Andre Ward from your pound-for-pound list and replaced him with Dan Goossen yet?
Yeah, he's selling good shit. I had to take him off a pound for pound. I took him off a pound for pound around April.
He not fighting nobody then.
Who? No, he's done. He's done for the year. He's on the show.
Who do you rank higher, Rio or?
Yo, Jack Tony needs to leave, man.
Who?
Jack Tony, muting me and shit.
Andre Ward got this thing where he wants to negotiate his contracts with his best friend in the room. You know, Andre Ward got this thing where he talks to Mayweather talk, but quote unquote Eddie Hearn can't sell out his living room. You know, when you're producing bad ratings in your own home in Oakland, you know, like something's wrong. To whereas you get Terrence Crawford from fucking Omaha, Nebraska of all places, Nebraska. You know, when you got him filling up an arena, you know, and he don't talk no shit, a humble ass boxer, that's fucked up for Andre Ward.
Hey, I was waiting on. I was really trying to ask you about Terrence Crawford though. You think Mikey Garcia will fight Crawford?
Nope. Bob Arum will make it, but Danny Garcia's got some shit going on with his contract.
Yeah, I seen that shit. He was talking about it on his Instagram.
He for some reason, well here's the thing. He was actually in and I did do further research. He was in somewhat of a indefinite contract. Now, how do these boxers sign shit like this? You know, without reading it, you know, I don't know. But when it was what I mean by indefinite contract is, from if I can remember, he was in a contract where Top Rank could renew it at any time. So basically, if you know how sports terms work, he was always an a restricted free agent. So basically, he can't go see no other promoters or anything until he see Top Rank. Now, as far as his career is concerned, his career is being squandered. Now, the fact that his brother is the Robert Garcia, the trainer of Maidana, you would think that he's getting some better advice, but then again, we don't know. You know,
maybe he's Mayweather. Maybe he just can be.
Yeah, Mikey Garcia just wants. Everything boils down to money. But when you look at what's going on with Top Rank, when you look at, you know, the Chavez Jr. situation, and you look at the Mikey Garcia situation, you have to ask yourself, you know, and think to yourself, well, is Aaron really doing something wrong? You got two fighters, you know, pissed off at their contracts.
You know, how is he gonna fight Terrence Crawford if he's trying to get out of Top Rank then?
Well, Terrence Crawford is fighting Ray Beltran in November. That's already set, signed, and sealed. Mikey Garcia is not fighting nobody this year. It's not, you know, it's nobody. So,
hey, do you think he was scared of Gamboa?
Who?
Garcia.
No, not at all. Not at all. It was a lot of misinformation about that fight. You know, but no, he wasn't scared or trying to duck him. You know, from my understanding, you know, Mikey Garcia just got pissed off. One day he looked at his contract and it was like, yo, like, where's the money at? Like, I'm supposed to be making more than this. But if you really look at it, Mikey Garcia ain't fighting nobody. I mean, really.
Hey, I think Garcia probably would beat Gamboa though.
What you said?
I think Garcia would have beat Gamboa.
No, that's a different. See, that's the thing. I don't know about that.
Orlando Salido easy. Come on, Orlando Salido easy. Come on.
Yeah, but
I don't think that Gamboa. I don't think that Mikey Garcia would beat Gamboa because look what Terrence Crawford was going through, and Terrence Crawford didn't go down once. Mikey Garcia had Rocky Martinez put him down, and it was somebody else that put him down too. You know, so
hey, but Gamboa did shake him up a little bit though.
Yeah, but
yeah, that's true.
The
Gamboa took him up.
the biggest key to me on Crawford winning that fight was him being able to flawlessly and effortlessly fight at southpaw. So which means him fighting at southpaw took away that southpaw advantage from Gamboa. Gamboa fighting another southpaw had to lunge in, you know, being a fighter, and he kept getting caught.
That was my favorite fight this year.
You know,
That was a good fight.
That fight was art because like I said, to see a fighter, and I knew he did this because he did it in many fights before, but this fight he did it for damn near the whole fight. He can fight right hand and he can fight southpaw, so that makes him dangerous because what he does is if he fights at southpaw, he turns, you know, and then if he fights a right-hander, you know, he fights you southpaw too. Like it's like the dude is so fundamentally sound. And he showed us he could take a punch.
Hey, you think Pacquiao gonna get past Chris?
Yeah. Chris Algieri's smart as shit though. So I don't know. If you ain't know, Chris Algieri is studying to be a doctor. That's what his money and everything goes to.
I think what's special about Terrence Crawford, like you said, is his ability to switch on the fly like that. I haven't seen that since Hagler.
Yeah, and he can do it, and it looks like it's not sloppy. You know, he does it effortlessly.
Seamless. Yep, seamless. Just like Hagler used to be able to do it.
And I knew that was going to be the key to victory to him because I said, okay, Gamboa's about 5'5", really 5'4". You know, and if you take away Gamboa's, you know, aspect, which is him being a southpaw, you know, the fact that Gamboa goes down every fight because it's too wild. You know, I saw Crawford winning. I didn't have a doubt in my mind. I didn't have a doubt in my mind that Crawford was going to win.
Yeah.
Yeah. But before I start wrapping this up, you know, we're talking about the Chavez Jr. situation. You know, the fact that this guy, for some reason, there we go. Chavez Jr. for some reason thinks that he's worth $2.2 million to fight Golovkin. Now, remember what we talked about with the purses of these fighters, the money these fighters have been making? So, Chavez Jr. making $2.2 million, he'd be making a lot more than a lot of other fighters made this year.
No, I don't use that word.
You know, so what I'm trying to say is what logic was Chavez Jr. using when he turned down that fight?
Well, the $2.2 million was actually the offer if he didn't want an extension. He was actually offered $7 million to fight Golovkin.
If he would have gotten the contract.
Yeah, he priced himself out of that. If you see that sparring video between those two, you see Golovkin really tear him up.
Believe it or not, to me, Chavez has a great chance of winning that fight just because he'll be the bigger person, and Golovkin hasn't gone up against a big puncher like Chavez. Golovkin is the better fighter, he's the better boxer, but still he hasn't gone up against a big puncher. And Chavez Jr. work rate is real low, so that's one way.
Yeah, Golovkin worked him in that sparring match. He was clear.
Yeah, but you know, sparring is sparring.
And Golovkin actually spars Aflavi. Is that his name? Oli?
Yep. Ola Aflavi.
He's huge. So.
Yep, he's a heavyweight.
The big guy.
He's a cruiserweight, but
I just think that Chavez Jr. lacks a lot of the skills. I just don't see him taking Golovkin.
Chavez Jr. inherited his father's chin. Chavez Jr.'s fights are exciting. If you think about it, I really don't know why, but he has charisma and has the aura around him. You know, he's became a better boxer over the last year, but
I don't think it's enough. Honestly, I don't. I think he doesn't think it's enough, and that's why he priced himself out.
Yeah, pricing yourself out is a form of ducking. But if you look at the fights that he's had, okay, you turn down Golovkin. He still has Carl Froch waiting right now. Carl Froch is waiting right now. And then the WBC says, okay, we'll give you a title shot at 168. And he tells the WBC no. The WBC contacts him and says, we're about to make you the mandatory for Anthony Durrell WBC title. You know what? He turns it down.
So if he's turning down all these fights, I mean, who's he going to fight now?
Yeah, listen.
Salka. Rod Salka.
Question is, what?
Yeah, I got a question for you. I got a question. Peter Quillen is actually going to fight someone decent. Matt Korobov. What do you think about that?
I think Matt Korobov has an issue where he don't finish people off. You know, it's something about him where he just don't turn it to the next level when it comes to knocking people out. Now, he has that excellent amateur background, and yes, he's an Olympic gold medalist, and he probably seen, you know, maybe 30 Peter Quillens, but Peter Quillen is hard. Now, by far, this is the toughest fighter Peter Quillen has fought since Julio Rosado, and I'm not counting Winky Wright because Winky Wright was just washed up. But Matt Korobov, I'm concerned about his work rate. You know, it just seems as though something missing, like mentally, like he's not fully into boxing like that.
I kind of think of that about Peter Quillen too. When he won his title against that guy from Cameroon, he almost lost that fight, but he did knock the guy out at the end, though. I don't know if you saw that again.
Yeah. Peter Quillen's got scary power. You know, something else that scares me about him is those skinny ass legs. Because if he really do take a hard punch, you know, how's those little legs gonna recover? You know, dude legs is freakishly short, like freakishly skinny.
Skinny, yeah, big time skinny.
Yeah, so he's real top heavy, but you know, like if somebody top heavy, you hit him far enough, like hard enough, they just topple over.
But when he fought Hassan Endam, he fatigued a lot in that fight, and it was a real concern for me. He did come back and knock him out, but he really got gassed in the middle rounds, and he let Endam come right back.
And with the Rosado fight, Rosado started closing the distance and getting him into the corner.
Exactly. He has questions about himself too.
You know, so there was questions there, and the thing is, if you notice, he be getting booed, and you can see in his face he don't be liking that shit. I don't know why he gets booed.
Yeah, I was at the Konecki fight. That was a boring fight.
Well, he had no business fighting Lucas Konecki. Let me tell you about that fight. I know somebody, I don't know how I came across this guy, somebody who's good friends with Konecki. I think Konecki is on my Facebook page. But he was telling me that Konecki, like, that was his last fight regardless. Now, this is that think you Al Heyman shit. Konecki had eye problems leading into that fight. And won or lost, that was going to be his last fight. He was doing that fight for the payday. But the thing is, Al Heyman picked this fighter for Quillen knowing that it was his last fight, and he had bad eyes. You know, so it's like, how was that shit allowed to happen? You know, I mean, like when you look at Al Heyman and you look like where he's grabbing these fighters from, the best fighter he pulled out the woodwork this year was I'm going to say Yoshihiro Kamagai. That Robert Guerrero-Yoshihiro Kamagai fight was crazy. They was throwing down. You know, but out of everybody else he brought on, you know, as far as Rod Salkas and Edgar Santanas and all that shit, no, they didn't do shit. You gotta
watch out for those Japanese.
What you say?
You gotta watch out for those Japanese fighters. They're tough as nails.
Yeah, true. Bring them all over. But you know what always happens to those Japanese fighters? You know, they always like have this good ass record over here, then they come over here and get beat up. You know, Toshiaki Nishioka, Nonito Donaire, you know, beat his ass. You know, after he was supposed to be one of the best 122 pounders. You know, then he got beat up. You know, remember Noshihiro Ashida, when he knocked out James Kirkland, you know, then he started getting beat up by everybody. And then Gennady Golovkin put him to sleep. Like, literally put him to sleep. And I think Alfredo Angulo beat him up, too. In fact, where is Oh, in order to join Hangout, you got to go to my Facebook page. If you're not on my Facebook page, you can't get on. So I forgot what I was gonna say. That's what I was saying. I forgot. Check my views. See what my subscriber count is. But we did cover a lot of boxing. Honestly, I'm surprised I'm on here this long, yo. I ain't never do no Google Hangout this long. But see, it ain't been no boxing, like no real boxing. I've been fiending for boxing, man. I can't wait till next week. This boxing season is kind of dry, yo. Like if you look at the matches that's being made, or not being made, this shit is dry.
Well, this Hopkins fight, that's that's the big one to look forward to.
Guess what? I got my. I can't say it yet, but I'm going to be involved in that fight.
Mayhem is only 2 weeks away.
Real Combat Media. What you say?
Mayhem is only 2 weeks away.
No, that shit ain't no 2 weeks away. That shit's in November. Oh yeah, Mayweather's 2 weeks away. We got Broner this weekend. We got Mayweather next weekend on the 20th. If you're interested, we got George Grove versus Christopher Bross. The winner of that is going to be getting is really going to be getting Anthony Durrell in early 2015. What else? At the end of September, I don't know what we got at the end of September. I don't think we.
Klitschko was fighting.
I know. October 18th, we got that crazy card. You got Golovkin versus Rubio, and then you got Donaire versus Walters.
That looks like a good card. I'm looking forward to that one also.
Yeah, that's high stakes.
Carl Frampton is fighting this weekend.
Yeah, Carl Frampton, same result. Kingo Martinez. He's gonna just Frampton, in my opinion, I'm gonna do that video this week. I did 2 of them on Into the Arena, but I think Frampton is gonna dance around him even more. He's gonna move. He's gonna move around more. That in that first fight, that ring was so big. If it's a big ring, Frampton. But since it's the main event, I don't know. It's happening in Belfast, so Frampton's A side. So.
And I think there's been way too many pay-per-views this year, man.
Yeah, too much.
Hey, man, listen, I know. Yo, listen, I know. Listen, my bill, I know. I had a $1,500 bill early this year.
I don't think there's ever been a year with this many.
No, not that many. When you got one in March, April, May, June, July. Yeah. We almost remember we almost had 2 in July because Golovkin was going to be on pay-per-view. Golovkin Chavez.
Yeah.
But then we're gonna have for pay-per-view this season. We got just Mayweather. We got Pacquiao. Cotto's fight is still up in the air, but we know Canelo fight is on pay-per-view is now up in the air. So we may only have 2 pay-per-view fights for this 2 pay-per-view fights for the rest of the year.
Good.
I cap myself at 3 to 4 pay-per-views per year, and that's it.
Yeah. But 3 to 4, remember at one point in time it used to be like 2 pay-per-views a year. We getting, like I said, that's March, April, May, June, July, 5 months straight of pay-per-views. And then it depends on if you count Carl Froch versus George Groves. I count that as a pay-per-view because if you don't know, over there, well, in reality, Carl Froch versus George Groves is the most profitable fight of this year. And also it also leads in pay-per-view buys. As far as the UK is concerned. So we talk about our pay-per-view buys over here in the United States, but Carl Froch versus George Groves too, in a smaller country, so 990,000, almost 1 million pay-per-view buys, over there. So you have to take that into this consideration. But over in the UK, they had to pay for that fight, whereas over here we got it on HBO, and over here, over there they don't have to pay for Mayweather fights. But they got to sacrifice by staying up till like 4 in the morning.
What do you think about Carl Froch, man?
I think Carl Froch is one of the best pound-for-pound fighters today. I'll put him in. I'm not gonna put him in the top 5, but I'll put him like 6 or 7. Because look at his resume. You got George Groves twice. You got a rematch with Mikhail Kessler. Yusef Mack, Lucien Boutte, you got Andre Ward, you got Jean Pascal, you got Andre Durrell, You got Arthur Abraham, Jermaine Taylor, you know, and the list just goes on. You know, Glenn Johnson. So looking at his career, looking at that resume, his resume is one of the best in boxing right now currently. You know, as far as fighters in his divisions that he can fight between 160, 168, 175. And also Carl Froch is the man. It's only him and 3 other fighters that walk around at their fight weight. Like if you look at Carl Froch, like, you know, he's ice skating and shit. He's doing like circus work, and he's jumping through hoops of fire. I don't know if y'all seen that shit. You know, but he's got like makeup on, and you know, he's like, I don't know, but whatever the case may be, dude is in phenomenal shape.
I'd really like to see him and Chavez.
Yeah, he wants to fight. Eddie Hearn wants to fight. Eddie Hearn released a statement last week saying that Chavez Jr. thinks he's a free agent. So when you hear shit like that, it's like, how the fuck do you think you're a free agent? That just makes me think Chavez Jr. don't want to fight. Then when I think about Chavez Jr. not wanting to fight, that makes me ask myself, so is he high on weed? Is he smoking weed? You know, like, can he pass a drug test? Like, what is it? You know, because this is a lot of money out here now. Now, we know your pop got money, but that's not you. You know, and we don't want his name is starting to be mentioned up there with Andre Ward. And it took a lot of years for Andre Ward to get him into this mess, as far as Andre Ward's mess. But Chavez Jr. with the inactivity, because remember, he's only fought, we're going on 2015, and he's only fought one opponent. And that was Brian Vera. Even though it was 2 fights, it's only one opponent. You know, so it just, you know, he got beat up by Sergio Martinez. He won a fight where a lot of people feel he should have lost against Brian Vera, where he didn't make weight. And remember, at the Sergio Martinez fight, he failed the drug test, and he got charged $900,000 for being high on pot.
Damn. And
then he fights Brian Vera again, and then that's it. He's always had, you know, Chavez Sr. went on Boxing Azteca 2 weeks ago and said that the Chavez Jr. and Miguel Cotto fight was almost official. Well, he said it was official. He said they were going to meet on Monday, and then when they met on Monday, we found out the deal was off the table. Now, we should know pretty much why the deal was off the table. You know, for Chavez and Cotto. You know, especially when you got Freddie Roach. They probably started all the way at 155, the negotiations. They probably said, well, Chavez, can you make 155?
There's no way.
And then, you know, they probably started working their way up. Like, well, can you make 156? 157. Then once that shit probably got to like 151, 158.3 or some shit, they said, okay, no, fight's off. Like, no, can't do it. You know, Cotto probably walked away from the table because we know Chavez the type of dude, you know, that we can portray him as is the dude that is say he can make weight, you know, but then he step on the scale, he be like 3 pounds over, and he be smiling like why he on the scale. You know, and Aaron said something similar to that. He also said about Brandon Rios. Before Chris Algieri, Brandon Rios and Ruslan Provodnikov was actually in discussion. You know, but Provodnikov, he didn't want to fight another fight, a voluntary or move to 147. He wanted to defend his 140-pound title. So Rios said, I can still make 140. Bob Arum basically said, fuck that shit. We don't believe your ass. Fuck out of here. You know, like, and then Arum did public interviews saying that Rios says he can make 140. I don't believe him, and fans don't believe him. You know, so why would he put himself in that situation? So when it comes to Chavez Jr., him talking about that shit, making 160 pounds, you know, when you coming into the ring, like 190-plus pounds, come on, man, no. Not trying to, and then you're a Ariza too? You don't got no trainer? You know, you don't got no trainer or no strength and conditioning coach? Like, nah. I wouldn't negotiate. If I was a promoter, I'd be like, listen, I ask you, like, what's your weight right now? Okay, so you 198? So why the fuck am I going to believe that you're going to make 160 pounds when you always weight? I'm not going to believe that shit. Like, your weight is always fucked up. Like, no, but that's smart common sense, right? Like, I'm not going to risk myself as a promoter. I'm going to put him in this fight, you know, at 160. Okay, hey, he said he can make 160. You know, then we all looking dumb when the weigh-in come and you at 163 and you had to throw up to get there. Like, it's not, you know, it's not. I'm not. Nah.
No, I don't like how Cotto's like won the 160-pound title, and he's trying to defend it at 155. I mean, who does that, man?
Well. WBC put an end to that shit. Remember, WBC ended that shit. They said, listen, you know, like you got to fight the winner of Rubio or Golovkin, and it's crazy because this rarely happens where you got Golovkin, who's the WBA and what? WBA and the
IBO.
The IBO. I don't count the LBO.
IBO.
So he's the Dutch. Let's just say he's the WBA. You know, and he is the WBA champion. You know, that's the WBA. That's the WBA World Championship belt, and it's the WBA Super World Championship. Super World Champ. The WBA Super World Championship. That's the main belt. Let's look at WBA Super. Whoever's the Super Champion, that's the one with the main belt. So you rarely see other organizations putting another fighter up for a fight, you know, for another sanctioning body. So what I'm saying is the WBC, the WBA, and the IBF had a meeting in Cancun a few months back. They're having another one in September. So that has a lot to do with it. So for you to have a WBA contender now fight for the #1 contender fight for the WBC, you know, it usually don't work like that. You know, for example, Manny Pacquiao, before he won the WBO belt, before he got his belt back from Bradley in his second fight, the WBC made Manny Pacquiao the #1 contender for Floyd Mayweather's WBC 147-pound title. And then what did Mayweather do? That's when he released that, you know, that video saying, you know, I'll drop the belt don't make me, and all that bullshit. But once Pacquiao won that WBO belt back from Bradley in April of this year, they took him off of the rankings, WBC rankings. So for the WBA and the WBC, or for the WBC to allow Golovkin to fight Rubio for the #1 contender, is, you know, like, that's clearly telling me, oh, they sick of Cotto shit. You know, they hearing all the fans say, you know, Cotto's not a real 160-pounder and all that. We're gonna find out.
I'd like to see him and Golovkin make that happen.
Golovkin will break him.
Yeah.
I was watching Golovkin versus Curtis Stevens today. I'm not comparing, you know, but Golovkin hits too hard. Way too hard, you know. He hits too hard, you know, to the face and to the body. I don't know if Cotto's boxing skills, you know, can get past that. Remember, Cotto scars up and busts up easy. And, you know, Cotto hasn't never fought nobody this big before. The biggest person Cotto fought was Antonio Margarito.
Yeah.
You know, so going up against the Golovkin, and Golovkin is not no super hydrating guy. He'll weigh in at 160 and then come into the ring no more than like 171. You know, but still, it's still too much for Cotto. I can't see Cotto taking no shots. I see Cotto using that defense, you know, all that shit, and I see Golovkin just punching right through it. You know, especially the hooks to the side, not the straights, but the hooks. You know, I just don't see it. You know, Miguel Cotto is too precise. Miguel Cotto focuses on beating you on the cards. You know, just like he did with Floyd Mayweather. Imagine if Cotto was just more aggressive. He was trying to beat Mayweather on the cards instead of going out there and beating Mayweather up. You don't do that. You don't do that. Long as Amir Khan interview.
So what do you think about all the belts and stuff in the divisions? There's too many of them.
Well, I just said that the WBC, the WBA, and the IBF, they've had multiple meetings. Well, they had one meeting, and they're having another one coming up in a couple of weeks. So what we're getting from it is, if you haven't noticed, the WBC, the WBA, and the IBF has been what? Issuing mandatories like crazy. You know, remember what I said about the WBC? Almost all the major WBC titles have a mandatory waiting for them right now. You know, and the mandatory challenger is the one who wins the the WBC Diamond belt. You know, that's not the big one, but the main was once you get the WBC Diamond belt, you know, or the WBC Silver belt, that makes you the #1 contender. I know it's kind of confusing, but for example, I said it earlier in the video. Anthony Mundine, the Australian fighter, is going to be taking on a guy by the name of Sergey Rabchenko. The winner of that is going to be the #1 contender for Floyd Mayweather's WBC title. So guess what? Floyd Mayweather is going to be dropping that 154-pound title sometime in the next 6 months.
Yeah, he's not fighting no Anthony Mundine. That's for sure.
You know, he's not fighting no Anthony Mundine. But then on the other end, you got Amir Khan, who's the #1 contender for the 147-pound title.
Yeah, Amir Khan doesn't deserve that fight.
And then listen to this. You got Keith Thurman, who's the #1 contender for the WBA title. You know, so it's just like it's literally crazy. It's crazy.
But what's Heyman doing with Thurman? Come on, he's fighting.
I think that injury is bullshit. Thurman's supposed to have an injury. I think it was bullshit because there's nobody for Heyman to match him up with because Heyman wants to keep bringing him up like the Andre Berto-ish type way, like where he have him fighting, you know, like these somewhat quality names, somewhat quality, and then, you know, throwing him to the walls. But people sick of that shit right now.
I don't know.
Thurman is very talented, you know, but it's time we start having some questions answered about him. Because he got hit with some crazy shit by Soto Karass that made me think, like, okay, all right, we still got some shit to find out about him.
I think he deserves a title shot already.
No, he's the #1 contender. Yeah, he deserves the title shot. He's the #1 contender. You know, so, you know.
What about
Amir Khan's the #1 contender, and he doesn't deserve a title shot yet, I think.
What about Thurman versus Brooks?
Thurman versus Brooks. Well, Thurman said he wanted that fight. Well, he wants that fight, but Kell Brook is A-side. Now, Kell Brook's going to look for something. It's no benefit to Kell Brook except for bragging rights to fight Keith Thurman. Kell Brooks wants like a Robert Guerrero, an Amir Khan, a Devin Alexander, or somebody like that. I can't hear you, Chris. Your shit fucking up. But see, you also have Marquez. Marquez wants that belt, but see, Kell Brook and Eddie Hearn already made it clear that Kell Brook's title defense is going to be in the UK. Will Juan Manuel Marquez go to the UK and deal with that 24-hour, 7-day-a-week testing? I don't think so. I don't think so.
No, and even when he loses that fight, he would be telling us he got robbed again. You know, like oh.
Yeah, he's gonna be like I got robbed. I've been robbed 7 times. All of those bullshit. No, he said the only person that he been robbed 6 times. The only person that beat him was plainly was Mayweather.
Yeah, he can't deny that.
You know, and that's when I lost respect for him when he said that Timothy Bradley, you know, he was robbing a Timothy Bradley fight. And then you had bless his old ass heart, but then you got old ass Nacho sitting there like You know, just like Nacho is really the one that's keeping Marquez away from Pacquiao. Nacho do not want Marquez fighting Pacquiao. But see, Arum is a slick, funny motherfucker because he made sure that, okay, all right, well, this is what happened. Once Alvarado and Marquez were signed, he pulled strings to make it like, okay, well, now you're the #1 contender for Pacquiao's title. So, Marquez, you got to fight him a 5th time. You know, now Marquez is bent over a barrel, you know, because he has to fight Manny Pacquiao again in order to get what he wants. Now, he can fight Kell Brook. You know, but
that's not going to happen, you know. I think Marcus rather retires before fighting Pacquiao a 5th time.
Yeah, he's not gonna fight him, man. He's not gonna fight him. I already gave up on it. He don't wanna. He does not. I use this term. He don't want to go through that shit. Marquez nose and face all busted up, and he has to. He did an interview. I forgot where it's at. We speak in Spanish, and he said that punch was the last he had in him. You know, that's a lucky motherfucker, man.
I told you Pacquiao was kicking dude ass, man, and he just got lucky.
He was definitely kicking his ass.
I'm not saying that punch wasn't lucky. He was timing that shit, but yeah, the way
I give him,
plainly.
but his corner was ready to throw in the towel, man.
You know, but you know, you gotta thank Memo. You gotta thank Memo for that punch too.
It was a perfect punch.
It was a perfect punch.
Perfect, right in the middle of his face. Like, it was right, you know. And then Pacquiao, he fell into it. Like, that was, like, you don't get a perfect punch like that. Like, that's perfect. So, but Marquez said in the interview that he had nothing left. He thought that his nose was broken, you know, and he said, you know, like, my arms were getting tired, my legs were wobbly. You know, but he got that punch, and in Nacho office there in Mexico, Nacho got right on his wall, Pacquiao stretched out with Marquez running away, and he said that he wants that to be the last memory of Marquez and Pacquiao. And you know, you can understand that, because Marquez is on some shit like, well, look, now I told you I knocked his ass out. But then when you go hire a brand new strength and conditioning coach, and then you come back with all this crazy power. I said earlier in the video when Manny got knocked in that first time, I remember he linked on his arm and he looked up at Marquez like, what the fuck? And then he started getting up all slow, like, what is this shit? Like, how did he hit me like that? You know, because they never put him down any other time in any other fight. And all of a sudden he hit Pacquiao that one, boom. Pacquiao, you see him fly, his hair, you know, hair go all up in the air. And then it's Pacquiao going down, but his guard is still up. You know, then he get up and look like, what is this shit?
Yeah, but Marquez has rolled Pacquiao's eyes back at least in 3 or 4 fights, or at least
not put him down like that though. I'm talking about
put him down.
Not because it was like boom, and then Pacquiao he went off his shoes. He went off the ground a little bit. Seriously, go back and watch it.
Yeah, he ran into the shot like Paul Williams ran into Sergio Martinez's shot. When you're moving your head forward, and you get hit at the same time.
Yeah,
that's how you get knocked the fuck out.
Pacquiao overcompensated.
Pacquiao's was much worse though. That shit was when you see him like on a canvas, like his face is there. You see him snore like.
That Paul Williams knockout was pretty bad. With Sergio Martinez with his eyes wide open.
His eyes are still open.
But at least he has his eyes open.
That was ugly, because him getting knocked out and just sitting there looking like he was dead with his eyes open. That was bad. That was bad.
I got clowned about that fight, man. My partner didn't clown me about that. I was bragging on Paul Williams.
Yeah. I remember I saw somebody. They had used like that picture of Paul Williams' eyes open as a thumbnail for when Paul Williams got in a motorcycle accident. They flagged that video down so quick. That video was off of YouTube in like 2 days. Dang. You know, that's some controversial shit. You know, like, Paul Williams, my God, he's still paralyzed from the waist down. And he still thinks he can still box. Real rap. You know,
he said
part of a champion.
Yeah, he still thinks he can box. You know, he still thinks he's going to get up and see. That's one thing. You know, basketball players and football players, it's a part of their contracts that they're not supposed to be on motorcycles.
But you know, I think he can fight Bradley, you know, in a wheelchair fight.
Yeah, I know, you funny. That's fucked up, man. Paul Williams is really in a wheelchair, yo. That's fucked up. Paul Williams, I'm sorry, Paul Williams, you're watching this, but Paul Williams ain't never getting off that chair, yo. Like, no matter how many stem cells.
You think brother get
Who Peterson? Peterson who?
Broner and Peterson. You think Broner gonna get past Peterson?
Well, they homies. You know, so
no, the fight coming up.
Yeah, I like Peterson's body work, man. Peterson got body work all day.
Yeah. You know what? I think Peterson will win off a work rate. Broner has got too many questions he's got to answer. I'm a Broner fan, even though I be riding on him, but for some reason, I see what he has to fix. Like he's got to fix that foot movement. Because
he stands too still. He stands too still to let Peterson go to work on that body.
Yes,
it ain't gonna happen.
Peterson gonna come right to him and start adding up those points.
He might even quit. I'm telling you.
Nah, he better not quit.
If he didn't quit against Maidana, he's not going to quit against Peterson.
He'll quit if he beat his body up.
But I think Lamont Peterson would fuck him up. You know, with Lamont Peterson, with that style he has, because all you got to do is just go right there and stand in the pocket with Broner. Lamont Peterson did it 3 times before.
He did
Broner has yet to critically hurt anyone or put anyone down since he's been at 140 or 147 pounds. And then when he was at 135, he wasn't knocking people out either.
No, but he gets hit a lot, you know. That boy eats a lot of shots, you know, and I got very disappointed when he fought Rios, you know, that midget, you know, busting his ass up, you know, and I was like, what the hell is going on here?
Because he was standing right there, you know,
yeah.
and Paulie Malignaggi ultimately exposed him. You know, you had like Paulie Malignaggi was laying hands on him, all those pills. Man, like if you get hit with a pillow 100 times, after a while it start hurting.
Yeah.
You know, so.
And let's not forget Peterson got footwork.
With all those jabs and all those bodies. I mean, Paulie Malignaggi was putting some work on him.
That's because Paulie got footwork, and I'm gonna tell you, Peterson's footwork is comparable to Paulie's. Did you see his last fight?
Yeah, but that was against Edgar Santana though, man. But Lamont Peterson, off of his work rate alone, off a punch. Oh, another thing about Broner, he can't punch on the back foot, and also when you're punching him, he doesn't punch back. He thinks too much. You know, his counter punching ability is suspect.
Okay, but all I'm saying is that if you look at Broner's footwork, Broner pretty much is a stationary fighter.
Yeah, he don't move around, period. You know, and we were talking about that earlier, that his trainer's going to have to go. You know, if Broner doesn't put a good performance in this fight, you know, his trainer's going to have to go, because this is supposed to be Broner's rebuilding year. You know, he's fighting. He fights once. I mean, he fought in what was that? He fought on the card in May against Carlos Molina, and then he's fighting against Emmanuel Taylor. So 2015, beginning of 2015, he's going to be in a big fight for a title, and he says he wants a title. So who's he going to fight? He going to fight Chris Algieri? No. You know, he's got to fight Danny Garcia, or where those belts go, or Lamont Peterson.
But honestly, I don't see Broner beating any top 5 of either 140 or 147. I just don't see it. You know, that boy.
Not top 5.
Gatekeeper. He's going to be a gatekeeper. That's it.
But you know, I think he might be okay at 140, but 147, he's just going to be lost.
No, even worse. You know, do you guys see Danny Garcia winning any belt anytime soon at 147? I don't see it.
Well, but the thing about Danny is Danny's got some significant wins under his belt, and also Danny still got that left hook. Danny still, even though Danny can get beat up for a good portion of the fight, Danny can still knock you the fuck out.
Yes, he can.
You mean the blind
prove that.
Yeah, that blind hook. Yeah, when he just, you know. That blind ass hook.
That punch, you know, you can see it every time when it's coming. So
it seems like he got a little sharper with it though.
Yeah, not unless you can see it on the outside, but you can't see it when you're sitting in there with him. You know what I'm saying? And that's the problem.
Because it seemed like that left hook, you know, when he hit Soccer, it seemed like it got a little faster.
Hey, Soccer didn't come in, man.
Come on, look. Soccer, come on.
You know, I'm just saying. I'm talking about looking at the punch though.
I think
Soccer was a T-Rex, man. Come on now.
Okay.
Like the way he punch, it was a little faster than normal.
GGG Stevenson knockdown. You know, GGG take that left hook out of nowhere. You know, like it was a very short hook, and he bust him up. But you know, you see Danny Garcia bring those wild, blind left hooks. Like he stacks his feet on the ground, and then he swims. I think Floyd would pick him apart, would counter every single left hook. No, he's very predictable. I don't see him beating any top 5 guy in 147 pounds.
Right, he's rangy at 140. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, pretty much, like I said, you fight T-Rexes at 140. You're a big guy at 140, you know. But when you get to 147, there are guys at the same height with the same reach, you know. I mean, it's not as apparent.
And then I'm thinking about it at 147. You know, even if you put Danny against like a Jesus Silva Carras or somebody, you know, I don't know. There's a lot of questions about Danny at 147, man.
True.
Yeah, he fights at 141.
Hey,
you need to say that that's the super junior welterweight junior
Diamond champion.
No, the diamond champion. You know, that's the belt Postol got.
I don't know if he's gonna get past Postol.
The diamond championship is the #1 contender for. Well, here's the thing. Okay, all right. Let me explain that. I looked at the WBC earlier today. So it's either the silver or the diamond belt. But see, all divisions don't have both belts. So, for example, for the 154-pound division, it's the silver belt. There's no diamond belt for 154, but there's a diamond belt for 147. But either way, they're both #1 contender belts. You know, it's crazy. They do need to get rid of those belts. You know, and just have like. I think that every organization should have 2 belts. They should have that #1 contenders belt, you know, that title eliminator belt, and then the main belt.
No, I think there are too many belts right now. You know, maybe I would love.
There's too many bodies. You know.
I would love to see 1 belt per weight, but you know that's impossible right now. But we already have 4. Imagine, you know, having 4 plus the #1 contender title, plus the silver belt, plus the diamond belt. You know, it would be even crazier.
That's pretty much what Keith Thurman was saying that too. He was like, it's nice that everybody got belts, but the only champion to him is Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah,
right,
but you're
the champion in the barbershop, man. Come on now.
But you know what it is? It's money involved, sanctioning fees. Remember, like, boxing doesn't have one sole governing body. You know, so they have the WBC, WBA, WBO, IBO, IBF. You know, so each one of those, they all work independently. You know, so they all have their own goals. They all want to be the #1 belt. So they're not going to go away unless, you know, they just go bankrupt because people stop paying fees. You know, I just think that they need to cut down the belts. We can see what they'll have is, this is what they have. They'll have, and I'm telling you like this, they'll have the WBC domestic belt. They'll have the WBC international belt.
The Faker box.
You know, and then they'll have the WC the regional belt. You know, and all those belts, they do have some sort of purpose. So, for example, to be the WBC regional champion, you have to be the champion of, you know, your state. To be the international champion, you have to be the one, you know, that beat everyone, you know, I mean, in your country, #1 fighter in your country. You know, and then that's when you work your way up to fight for that #1 contender title. But I don't think it should be none of those lower titles, you know. And if there are lower titles, they shouldn't be under the main boxing name. So, you know, as far as, they should be stuff like the NABF international title, shit like that.
Right, and you know, but I think that, you know what I'm saying, I mean, I'm just wondering where the IBO is going to gain legitimacy. I mean, I just don't think that it's there, and I don't think that there's going to be any room for it. I mean, in boxing terms, it's like the USFL, you know.
Because the IBO is only important. The IBO is only important in certain divisions. Just like every belt, every different belt is only important in certain divisions. For example, in the cruiserweight division, nobody knows who the WBC champion is. I know who he is, but I can't pronounce his name. But whereas in the heavyweight division, the IBO belt in the heavyweight division, which Klitschko has some prestige. The IBO belt that Golovkin has some prestige to it. You know, but Is there an IBO champion
Because of the
in the 47-pound division? No.
Because they held the belts in other areas.
Yeah, exactly. So the IBO belt, yes, I do believe it should only be the WBC, WBA, IBF, and the WBO.
Right. It's a parasitic belt. I mean, it only gains legitimacy when a champion has a championship belt in another division.
Yeah. But that IBO belt, yeah, it has to go. But you know they're making money, so they're making money. There should be more tournaments though. Here's something else interesting. Now, WBO, in my opinion, has been doing fine in making their mandatories, but the WBO turned down the meeting with the WBC, WBA, IBF twice, and I'm wondering why. So you got the WBC, WBA, and IBF working together, but then the WBO declined both meetings. It's like, why? But I got no problems with the WBO. For the most part, HBO has all the WBO champions. If you look at, I'm gonna start from 135. For 135, WBO, Terrence Crawford. 140, WBO, Chris Algieri. 147. Manny Pacquiao, 154, Demetrius Andrade, 160. That's Peter Quillen, but that fight has a mandatory against Matt Korobov, so that's going to go to purse bid. Oh, it already went to purse bid. Rock Nation got it. So you got a top ranked fighter versus an Al Heyman fighter that's being forced. So that's at 160, 168. I don't know where. Who has the WBO at 168?
Is it going to be on HBO?
Which fight?
The Korobov Quillen.
We don't know yet. See, it's here's the thing. Networks don't matter because it went to a purse bid, and it was bid on. It was bid on by an outsider. What you said? But it was bid on. It was bid on by Rock Nation, so we don't know what Rock Nation has their network alliances with. And maybe with Showtime, and maybe with
Barclays. So
it's going to be at the It's going to be at the Barclays.
That's Showtime. That's Golden Boy, right? Showtime, right?
No, the Barclays don't work.
Rock Nation is Jay-Z.
No, Jay-Z don't have any controlling interest in the Barclays anymore.
168 WBO champion is Anthony Durrell.
Because if in order, yeah, you're right. No, in order for Jay-Z to become a boxing promoter or a promoter, he had you can't. How can I put it? You can't. He couldn't do what he was doing for the New Jersey Nets and try to be a promoter or a manager of basketball players too, or athletes. Because remember, he has Kevin Durant under his banner.
Yeah.
So about a year ago or a year and a half ago, he left. I mean, he sold his interest in the Barclays Center. But basically, the Barclays Center is not Showtime. Remember, Sergey.
No, I'm saying, is it Rock Nation? I thought Rock Nation was his promotion.
Yeah, Rock Nation is promotion.
Yeah.
But I'm talking about the channel they're going to be. I'm talking about who's going to broadcast the fight.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There's a good chance it may be HBO because there's a story of Al Heyman with his record label, Live Nation. Beyonce filed a lawsuit against Al Heyman and her father about 3 years ago in 2011.
I read that on your Facebook page.
Yeah, so there is something there, and also Jay-Z, from what I'm understanding, Rock Nation, they want to make a big splash. So here, what I'm saying is that Peter Quillen is getting super career high in a purse. He's getting $1.4 million, almost $1.5 million for this fight. Now the reason why is because Rock Nation overbid like crazy. Top Rank put down Top Rank put down like 100,000, and Golden Boy put down like 500,000, some shit like that. Then the Rock Nation just said, "Oh, we're gonna put down 1.9." So how it works is Peter Quillen gets 70, and Korobov gets the other 30 because he's the champion. So what I'm saying is, Rock Nation, they made a major move by giving Peter Quillen all this money. So which means that makes me think like, okay, well, they got shit under control. Who's going to be their network? You know, who is Rock Nation going to go to? You know, to broadcast the fight. And I don't think. What you said?
It's HBO.
Yeah, I think it's going to be HBO. I do not think it's going to be Showtime. You know,
Jay-Z's got relationships with HBO, so.
Yeah, but also he got a relationship with Showtime. His Made in America concerts be coming on Showtime. But like I really do believe it's going to be HBO.
I think it's gonna be HBO because
Me too.
And plus, 50 was saying Jay don't really like Floyd neither.
Yo, yeah, well, I can believe that. I can believe that because it's crazy because you see Floyd with everybody else, but you never see them in no picture or nothing with Jay-Z.
Yeah, nah. 50 was saying he said something slick to like Beyonce or some shit, so they kind of.
Yeah, I can imagine that. Floyd was saying some off the wall shit. I can imagine that. You know, when Jay probably was just like, fuck that. Because you'll never see Jay-Z in none of his fights or none of that shit. You see
at an old fight.
Yeah, you don't ever see him at none of his fights.
You ever see Jay-Z at a fight? At all?
No, I seen
and no, not no. I don't know. You don't ever see him at no fights, but no Floyd Mayweather fights.
He was at the Sean Bay Mitchell fight, I think it was.
But see, now he's going to start being at a lot more fights. You know, like this Rock Nation move is a big move. You know, like for them, their first purse bid ever, they go in and just, you know, just overbid like crazy. That means they're hungry. They're like, yes, they basically like, we don't care who it is, we got to fight. You know, we get
his foot in the door.
Yeah, basically, you know, because what I'm trying to say is, they're giving Peter Quillen $1.4 million. Remember when I said that Aries Lady Law only got $1 million, Morgan Maidana got 1.5 for Mayweather, but this fight, Peter Quillen don't generate no ratings.
Right, he's getting paid.
You know, Matt Korobov, people don't know who he is. So which means somebody's going to lose some money. Well, Rock Nation's going to lose some money, but they don't care because they got their foot in the door with that fight.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, so that's all that matters to them. You know, it's like, well, fuck it, we sponsoring a championship bout. You know, so what you saying?
Rematch.
Who gonna get a rematch?
Lauren should have got the rematch.
Lauren ain't getting no fucking rematch.
You think you should have?
If you want me to talk like a promoter, no. Fight not selling, and you didn't make the fight exciting. It's about money. You know, the fight didn't sell, and you know you didn't make the fight. You didn't make the fight exciting. You know, I watched the fight with a female, and all she said is like, "Why he so scared? Why he running?" And this woman don't know who Lauren is. Like seriously, like I said earlier, watch a fight with a female that never watched boxing. They tell you real shit. You know, she looking like, why is he so scared? Why he running?
I had Mexican kids going against Canelo in Texas.
Yeah, but you know, like I don't see Laura can't, you know, the fight didn't do well on pay-per-view. You know, which they expected because that's why the purses were so low. That was meaning that's why Canelo took a lower purse than he did in his last fight. But Laura also didn't provide a fan. My fucking shit blurry. What the fuck is going on? Laura didn't provide a fan-friendly fight, what they call it. Laura didn't make people like, oh, we got to see Aries Lady Laura, who he is. He kept throwing that nut-ass 2- and 3-punch combination. And then he would get on this bike and start, you know, going to another thing in the ring. Like,
the body blows is hurting, man. He had to get out of there.
And you would see, you know, he'd take one of those body shots, and then he'd drop his hand and start backing up. Like, you know, like that. You know, it does take a lot out of you. But see, also, he didn't want an Alfredo Angulo situation, not on pay-per-view. He said, no, fuck that. I'm not going down. But he's like, even if he didn't throw enough punches, he should have mixed up the punch variety. He wasn't going to
He
the
never threw
body.
any body shots at all.
Yeah, he wasn't doing nothing. So he would throw that jab, jab. He would jab, jab, left.
Yes, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, 1-2.
Yeah, and then go to another different corner of the ring. You know,
But
like
it was working in the beginning, though.
what you say?
It was working for the out west.
Yeah, but after
you got to mix the punches up.
But after a while, what you kept seeing? You kept seeing him throwing the same punches. That's why it was working, because we looking like, oh, okay, oh, he catching him with that shit. Oh, Canelo going down. He gonna get his face busted. But then what do we see? Round 6, 7, and 8. Oh yeah. Why don't he throw some more punches? And you got Canelo still stalking him. You know, still throwing body shots with conviction. That's what I was surprised about that fight. You know, Canelo was able to maintain the pressure, and also he was still throwing his body shots like crazy, like with all his energy, even at the end of the fight. You know, Canelo will always have my respect for that. I don't care if y'all think Lara got robbed or not. Canelo
has go out to Canelo for taking the fight. He demanded the fight.
He was getting roasted on social media. Everybody like, yo, he's scared. Lara gonna school with him.
Hell nah, Canelo kicked that fight. My head went out.
I don't think Canelo kicked his ass, but you know what? I think that if Lara had done that 1-2 and he'd thrown some left hooks and maybe some uppercuts, he might have mixed it up a little bit and some body work. I think it would have been a lot more.
Yeah, he had a good chance of winning. He kind of fucked it up for himself.
No, see, Lara, if anybody was going to win easy, it was supposed to be Lara. We knew that if Canelo won, it wasn't going to be easy. You know, I knew that if Canelo won, it was not going to be easy. And if he did win, he wouldn't start showing up until later on in the fight. But if you look at it, if you look at both sides, you can see how people say Lara won the fight. You can see how people say Canelo won the fight. But one thing everybody's seeing is that Erislandy Lara kept moving too much. Like he was too evasive.
Too used to the amateurs.
Like you know, Floyd can be evasive, but Floyd does little shit to make the fight exciting while he's evasive. You know,
right.
Like Floyd would make you miss and then do shit like look at you, you know, like keep the fans like into it. You know, and then what Floyd would do is, you know, like he did with Canelo, you know, he'll stand right there in the pocket with you just for a brief second of time, and then he'd get out of there.
Right.
You know, but Lara, it was just like ha ha, and then just start moving around the ring. Once Canelo catch up again, 1, 2, 3, then start moving around the ring.
Right, and if Floyd's moving around the ring, he's making you miss too.
Exactly. You know? Floyd's moving around. You know, Floyd's moving around like he's always doing something. You know, when he's avoiding punches. Whereas in Lara, he just was not trying to take no punches. Period. Like he wasn't trying to take no punches. Period. And then once that eye got cut from that uppercut, you know, he went on a super defensive.
Yeah.
I think that pretty much sealed the deal for the fight with the uppercut.
Yeah, because at that point in time, I'm thinking like, oh, well, if you notice, if you do remember, Lara started slowing down in the end.
Yeah.
He started leaning on those drugs, but those body shots were catching up.
So what's next for Lara?
They talking about Ishe Smith.
Yeah.
You know, he's going down to like a rebuilding phase again. It's a shame, you know, that he'll never be on pay-per-view again, most likely. You know, but he got what he wanted. Remember, Erislandy Lara, all he ever wanted was to be recognized and be on pay-per-view. You know, and he got it. You know, it's just that he didn't perform. You know, he didn't. Canelo don't have a belt, but you know what they say. You have to beat the champion, and of that night, you know, we know Canelo was the mental champion. As far as if Canelo lost, it would have been so many questions about Canelo. Oh, Canelo will always lose against speedy fighters, against fighters that move. You know, but what did Canelo show us? He showed us that he's gonna keep chasing you. You know, the man only landed like 9 jabs in the whole fight. You know, it was all body work and hooks, uppercuts.
That left hook is a motherfucker.
Yeah, and the thing about Canelo is he sit on his punches. Like he'll hit you, and then it'll still be like right there. Like his body turns with his punches. Like his 3-punch combination is vicious. You know, because it's no light punches. You don't throw no light punches. You know, and if your defense is suspect, he's going to break you down. Like before I saw Canelo versus Lara, I had Canelo losing to Cotto. To whereas in now, I don't think Cotto can take that. You know, and I look at how easy Cotto swells and how easy Cotto cuts. I don't think Cotto can deal with that.
You don't think Freddie Roach will have anything to do with a difference?
Somebody like Canelo. Well, see, Canelo. Okay, all right. Well, Cotto don't move like Lara.
No.
You know, so Cotto likes to engage.
Yeah.
You know, so what can Cotto will have to rely on outboxing him. So which means Cotto will have to be there, and Canelo throwing those shots the way he throw them. Come on, we see. Look what happens to Cotto every time he goes up against a power puncher. Simple as that. Every time he goes up against a power puncher, he gets some damage done, some real damage.
Okay, but let's look at what Cotto did with Margarito, right? And you combine that with his new style, right? His movement, and then you've got you know what I'm saying, some of that heavy body work. What do you think?
Well, when you think, well, see, that's the thing, because Canelo to me is the harder puncher. You know, Cotto punches to win on points. Cotto punches just to look good and to build up points. Whereas Canelo is throwing his shots to hurt you.
Oh shit! You know what I'm saying? Let's look at Cotto at 140. He wasn't doing it then because he was beating the snot out of people.
Yes.
I mean, if you look at the body work that he was throwing,
like the Cotto that fought Mayweather. The Cotto that fought Mayweather. If you look, those times where Cotto had him in the corner, when he was connecting with the jab, busting Floyd nose up. Cotto was not trying to hurt Floyd. Cotto had Floyd like, oh, I'm gonna beat Floyd on the cards.
Right, but he had abandoned the body work that he was using when he was at 140.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you look at him, he picked that body work back up as soon as he hit Freddie Roach. When he got with Freddie Roach, he beat the snot out of that other guy. I can't remember his name. Johnny, I don't remember his name. And then he came back. He beat that guy, and then of course he beat Maravilla the same way. That body work, man.
Kelvin Rodriguez, come on.
Hey, he put the body work in on Zab Judah.
Yeah, he sure did.
Look how old ago that. Look how long ago that was. You know that was that was prime Cotto to me. You know when he beat Mosley. You know, like he was he was relentless. To whereas in Cotto now is a better boxer. He's a better defined boxer. He can jab. He can move so much better now. But you know that power. You know, and then it doesn't help his cause. It doesn't help his cause at all that he still wants to fight at this catch weight of 155, at 156 and all that. That makes me think, well, you know, there's something Freddie Roach knows, and you know that you can't handle too much pressure.
It depends on how much pressure Canelo puts on. If he puts on Margarito pressure, then I don't think Cotto can handle it. But if he doesn't put on a whole lot of pressure, I think Cotto can pull it off.
I think that he will, though. You know, actually, you know, and I'm gonna agree with you, T Street, on that one, man. I think that he just doesn't have it for Canelo, but you know.
You know what I like about Cotto? Cotto beats a lot of people now. It's crazy because I got Cotto beating Peter Quillen.
Yep.
You know, let me see who at 144, who at 154. You know, I got Cotto beating Trout again right now. I got this Cotto beating Trout.
What about Vanes?
Venice Monterosian, yes, I got him. Venice Monterosian. Well, see, Venice Monterosian right now is still in that he's still in that rebuilding stage ever since that Arizona Lawler thing. So see, I don't know. You know, the old Venice Monterosian of 2010, 2011. You know, he had a chance, but this Monterosian, you know, I think Cotto stops him. Cotto's defense is miles ahead of where it used to be, and like you said, that body work, it's defined now. He went back to it.
Yeah.
You know, before he was trying to headhunt, but Cotto beats a lot of people. You know, like I said, I got him beating Peter Quillen. But then when I start trying to match him up against those bigger 160 pounders, you know, a guy like a Sam Solomon or somebody, he's the IBF champion. You know, when I mention him against somebody like that, I think to myself, like, you know, I don't know.
I think he beat Solomon.
Solomon's big, though. Like, Solomon comes into the ring at about 180. You know, Solomon can't do no catch weight. You know, he can't do no catch weight. You know, so that's why I get overcritical of Miguel Cotto, because it's kind of easy to see who he'll fight or who he won't fight. You know, you can think of some 160 pounders that he may or may not fight. I want to see him against James Kirkland, you know. But James Kirkland, where is he? Nobody knows where he's at. I would love to see Cotto versus James Kirkland.
Yeah, he down here.
I think Kirkland really kind of knows his limitations.
Yeah, I mean, and that's good, you know. But Freddie Rhodes did say in an interview that the 160-pound thing may be temporary, and like I said, we're going to find out in December, because after Cotto fights, the WBC is going to order the mandatory between the winner of GGG and Rubio. You know, both of those dudes are big. Rubio is big, Angel is big, but Rubio is bigger than GGG. Now of course, I know Benny and myself, I got Golovkin beating Rubio, but it's going to be make or break, because Cotto's going to be in a situation where if he drops the belt, people are going to say, "Oh, well, you were never a real 160-pounder. You ducked Golovkin." Or if he keeps the belt, he can go up against that big beast in Golovkin.
You know, I think there's more than size. I think that for Cotto, I think he's still got speed. You know, and I think that, you know, at the end of the day, I think that his speed, body work, movement, you know what I'm saying, could beat a guy like Solomon. I think he beat Rubio too.
He's going to have to do a lot of moving. Cotto going to have to do a lot of moving.
That's what he does, though. He can do that.
Yeah, but also with the offense,
he did it against Shane.
Yeah. But I'm talking about going up against a bigger pressure power puncher. You know, that's what I'm scared of with Cotto. Honestly, Cotto is good for boxing right now. We need Cotto because he's like that fourth pay-per-view option. Now we know in the next 3 years Pacquiao and Mayweather are going to be gone. You know, Cotto will be around for a couple of years after them. You know, what you saying?
Cotto isn't too good on his back foot.
No, I'm not. But if you think about it, he hasn't really been on it. He hasn't had to been on the back foot. He hasn't, you know, with Austin Trout. I mean, with Mayweather, he didn't have to be on the back foot. With Trout, he didn't have to be on the back foot. With Delvin Rodriguez, he didn't have to be on the back foot. And then with Sergio Martinez had no back feet himself. He had no knees. So, you know, it was just, you know, Cotto hasn't been a real pressure fighter since Antonio Margarito. And you know, when he beat Antonio Margarito was already damaged from the orbital bone that Pacquiao did to him. So despite what you think about Margarito being, you know, with the plaster and everything, still Margarito was still damaged. Like his eye was still damaged.
Yeah, and he took a knockout from Shane too.
Yep, and he took that knockout from Shane. You know, so he got his eye damaged. He took the knockout from Shane, and he wasn't the same.
Yeah, you're right.
You know, so looking at another pressure puncher, another pressure fighter, we can say maybe Ricardo Mayorga. You know, and we also have to realize too that you know, I didn't mention this, but Cotto has often fought bigger fighters before the past. You know, people don't realize, but Austin Trout weighed more than Cotto during that fight. You know, and he had the height advantage.
Did you hear about Sergio Martinez is going to come back?
I don't know what he's going to do. What is he going to do?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who he's fighting, but
you know, Sergio Martinez is like an NBA player. You know, after their knees go, you know, they can't grab rebounds no more. They can't dunk no more. You know, and it's like, you know, and then what happens is, you know, you start getting knick-knack injuries. You start spraining your ankle and shit. You know, getting back spasms. You know, I see Sergio Martinez like being a Tracy McGrady of like boxing. You know,
I think he needs to come back, maybe fight someone with a mediocre name and win and get out of there.
He need to fight. He need to fight somebody flat-footed because remember he got his leg. He got to get his legs back. So he got to fight somebody that's going to make him look like he got his legs back. You know, I was watching Sergio Martinez versus Paul Williams, or Sergio Martinez versus Kelly Pavlik. If you see the way he used to glide around that ring, and he was so thin. You know, he used to be so small. Like this Sergio Martinez we seen against Cotto, that was a big Sergio Martinez. You know, but he used to glide around that ring. That old Sergio Martinez, you know, I have Cotto getting knocked out. This Sergio Martinez, I knew Sergio was done once Sergio was in the middle of the ring with Cotto trying to mix it up. And it's like, Sergio, that's not you. Like sitting there trying to match wits with a boxer. And then he tripping all over his own legs. You can see like his knee was stiff. You know, he tried to get his leg to do something, but it wouldn't do it. And also, like, he wasn't sparring. How the fuck are you going to be fighting a future Hall of Famer and you're not sparring? He had no contact sparring. Like, so, you know, it's so many. Then, you know, it's so many things. You know, and then the knee brace situation. You know, turns out he really needed that knee brace.
Yeah. You know, like I say, man, I think he's done, and I think what he needs to do is just finish up with a win and go ahead and go into the Hall of Fame, man.
I don't think Sergio Martinez is going to the Hall of Fame. Remember, Sergio Martinez is like what, a two-time? No, Sergio never been a 154-pound champion. His first belt was only that 160-pound champion because remember, nobody wasn't giving him no shots, so he had to move up to 160 in order to get a belt.
Didn't he beat Paul Williams at 154?
Was that? No, but that wasn't a belt though, was it? I don't think that was a belt.
No.
Was it 160?
It was at 160. They fought at 154, I believe, but he lost. It was a close fight.
Okay.
You know, I mean, somebody like Sergio Martinez, I don't see what else there is for him to do. You know, I mean, who can he beat? He's got to fight somebody, like I said, that's slow and flat-footed, so he can look good and, you know, maybe get some credibility to his name. But if you really think about it, Sergio Martinez really didn't have a big name because when his name started getting big, you know, after Chavez Jr., he was hurt. And after Chavez Jr., he fought his fight over in Argentina. See, what I would have did, now this is just me. If, okay, you're a growing name, you're Sergio Martinez, you beat Chavez Jr., I would have had his next fight in the United States. You know, like to do with Golovkin, like have him keep fighting in New York, and each time he fights in New York, the crowd gets bigger and bigger, and the ratings go up. You know, but to send Sergio Martinez over to Argentina, and I know he was fighting, you know, in front of 50,000 people and everything, but still, you know, he was marketed. He wasn't marketed properly for me.
Well, you know, when I look at Martinez, what I can say is that he held that ring belt, you know what I'm saying, for a number of years. He gave us some exciting fights, and you know what I'm saying, at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, he was really the recognized champion. You know what I'm saying, really the main recognized champion. You know, since, you know, who at 160 besides, you know, Bernard Hopkins has there been, like, you know, a champion?
No, the main one was Kelly Pavlik. Remember, he beat Kelly Pavlik. Kelly Pavlik was the main 160-pounder at that time. Remember?
Right. You know, so I mean, you know, if you're gonna put Arturo Gatti in there, come on.
Yeah. Cause remember, when he beat Kelly Pavlik was you know, he was not too long after beating Jermaine Taylor, being the unified champion twice.
Right.
You know, so but remember, a lot of people don't remember that Kelly Pavlik was a drunk back then. They say he used to be drinking before his fights and after his fights. Like, he had some real issues. So I'm not making no excuses for him. But I mean, if I'm looking at his resume right now, he fought Paul Williams. He fought Paul Williams in 2009. That was for no belt. That was at 150. That was at 150. That was at 159. He fought Paul Williams at 159. He fought Kelly Pavlik at 2010 for the WBO and the WBC title. He dropped the WBO title and fought Paul Williams again for the WBC. And that's when he knocked him out. You know, Sergey Zinzaruk, Darren Barker, Matthew Macklin, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., Martin Murray, and Miguel Cotto. So take Martin Murray's a credible opponent. Cotto's a credible opponent. Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., Matthew Macklin, Darren Barker. So, yeah, he's got a credible resume.
You know, no Hall of Famers on that list, you know, except for Cotto.
Yep, Cotto, yeah.
Maybe Chavez.
Yeah, I don't. Chavez career right now, I don't know. Kelly Patrick's going to be Hall of Fame because he was the last. He beat the last undisputed champion. You know, when he beat Jermaine Taylor when Jermaine Taylor had all 4 belts.
Twice.
Yeah, the last person. The first time he knocked him out, but the second time when he fought Kelly, Jermaine Taylor was doing like that Roy Jones versus Antonio Tarver 3 type thing. You know, when he fought him just not to get knocked out.
Try not to get knocked out.
Yeah. You know, just to say, well, you know, I finished the fight. I ain't getting knocked out this time. Oh, Roy Jones creeping up toward a title shot too. Ain't that crazy?
Oh
no.
He needs to stop.
He's fighting again on September the 26th. He wins this, he's going to be in line for a cruiserweight title shot.
No.
Remember the last time he got a title shot against Dennis Lieberdev, and Dennis Lieberdev put him to sleep in the last round in a fight where Roy was winning.
Man, what's up with the cruiserweight division?
The cruiserweight division is being ran by foreign boxers. You know how it is, like when okay, for example, the IBF belt has been over here in the United States for quite some time. You know, it was Mike Jones, Randall Bailey, then Devin Alexander. But what I'm saying is that what happens with those belts is that once another country gets them, they like to keep them over there. You know, so basically Carl Froch, he got that belt. You know, he's got those belts, but he likes to keep those belts over there. But when it comes to the cruiserweight division, all foreigners got it. So they have no fan base over here, so they keep all the belts over there. There's no good American cruiserweights. You know, the last good one was Steve Cunningham.
USS Cunningham.
You know, the cruiserweight division is like such a weird division because it's 25 pounds up from 175, which is the biggest weight jump among all divisions. But then, you know, if you weigh in at 201, you're a heavyweight. But at 199, you're a cruiserweight.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like, well, then why not be a heavyweight? You know, so basically, it's just for the people who are too big to be a light heavyweight, but too small and don't have enough power to be a heavyweight.
If Roy Jones keeps fighting, he's gonna get seriously hurt, I think.
Yeah, man. Yeah. You know, I don't know what Roy has to prove. He destroyed his legacy so much by continuing to fight.
Yeah.
Somebody like him, he should have stopped fighting after, what was that? The Dennis Lieberdev fight. That was like 4 years ago. When he got knocked out that last time, he should stop fighting then.
Yeah.
He should have stopped fighting after his last title shot. You know, because it makes you look at his career, and it makes you look like, well, if he's been getting knocked out so easily, you know, like now, when he got knocked out in round 1 in Australia by Danny Green, it makes you think, well, looking back at his career, at those other fights, like he didn't fight no credible competition. That's what it makes you think. Because I was watching, you know, I used to watch those fights with my homies. We used to pay for them bullshit Roy Jones pay-per-views. You know, when y'all think pay-per-views is bad now, you know, these cards, Roy Jones used to be fighting literally nobody. You know, and we had to pay for that shit, and we did.
Man, he's like Suge Knight now.
Man.
You know what I'm saying?
Man, he just wasted all his money, you know. He's broke or owes too much in taxes maybe, and he got to fight.
Hey,
well,
that Tarver fight.
I don't think.
Tarver, yeah.
See, people forget Roy never had a $5 million payday. Roy never had a $5 million, $10 million payday. People forget that he was a big name, you know, but he was in a division where he couldn't generate any money.
Didn't have the promotional company behind him.
He had a promotional company, you know, and also he didn't have a rival in a division. He didn't have a rival until Antonio Tarver came along. You know, and then by the time Hawkins moved up to Division 4 rematch, he was already, you know, Roy Jones' career was already done. You know, in the 175-pound division. So, you know, the most he probably made in one fight maybe was like $3 million. You know, but Roy Jones did other stuff. Roy Jones was in the Matrix. You know, Roy Jones had the album. What you forgot when I hit Benny Johnson? Took the light.
Y'all must have forgot.
Yeah, and we got. It's crazy how ironic that is because we really did forget because we keep seeing him get shot.
Yeah.
Like damn, like Roy, we really did forget. Used to be beating people the fuck up. Because I forgot until really I heard the song. Like oh shit, yeah, he did beat James Toney for the light heavyweight title.
Virgil Hill, all that shit, you know.
Yeah. But now you look at that shit. That shit's a distant memory. You know, Roy. Don't get me wrong. Talent-wise, Roy was a very talented boxer.
I mean, that's why I'm saying it's like he's almost like Suge Knight. I mean, nobody's scared of Suge Knight no more. You got 5'3" people running up on him. You know what I'm saying?
Punching that nigga in the face, shooting him all in the stomach 5 times, and somehow he's still.
Why is Roy Jones still boxing, man?
He needs to quit.
Well,
I'm glad Shane quit.
Yeah.
Well, see, this if you notice what happens to boxers when they start getting washed up, they start fighting overseas. I stayed up until 4:30 in the morning to watch Shane Mosley get retired over in Australia. I watched that fight and covered it live. You know, like early as shit. Like I'm like, you know, and I'm seeing Shane Mosley quitting on the stool because he's getting back spasm fighting Anthony Mundine in Australia. You know, and that's what older fighters do. See, they won't be shit over here. They can't sell out 500 seats over here. But then if they go overseas, they still be popular. For example, Roy Jones' last fight. It was in Latvia. I forgot the name of his opponent. I covered the fight. It was like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was a boring fight. Well, it was against Fry, right? Some guy named Fry.
Something like that. But listen, the fucked up part about it is, after the fight, after he knocked dude out, he started rapping. Like, there's like, so Roy, can you think? And then Roy grabbed the mic, and then they put the beat on, and he just starts singing. Like, it was a part of the show. Like, so he beat the dude up, you know, and
he just started singing, y'all must have forgot.
He was saying some old crazy shit, but then he started rapping. And then you see like the Germans, like, you know, they all beat, like, dancing and shit. And I'm like, what did you do to your career, Roy?
He needs money.
He's over here like he's a gimmick fighter now. You know, he's fighting
he's probably desperate, you know. These guys, they don't pay their taxes right. They don't handle the taxes right half the time. They get all this money, they don't pay taxes right. Then the taxman hits them up.
No, motherfuckers don't be paying their
taxes. I don't think it's about the money, though. I don't think it's about the money with Roy.
No, he got.
I think he got money. He's just in love with the sport, man.
Yeah, he want them people that just don't never want to give up. It's like, you know, like it's always like one of them old people that, you know, like they be like 70, but then they tell you stories like, man, I used to be a blood. Like telling you all them old ass stories like, man, I fucked somebody up today, knowing damn well they got the can and they too. Oh, that's Roy. He just always wanted to be like, what? I used to be former pound for pound. I could still knock somebody out today. Nah, Roy, give it up. Like, you know, those days are done. You know, and he got that cool ass HBO job. And, you know, I'm surprised they ain't fire his ass because his side piece is he's sitting there posing with his pipe out, you know? I thought her today too. It was crazy. I talked to Roy Jones' side piece today. I be thinking like, yo, like I got access to Roy Jones' side piece. Like she the one that told me about everything. She told me the whole story. I'm like, what the fuck? Because first I thought she was bullshitting.
Hey, that picture was funny as hell.
Yeah, yo, I'm surprised he didn't lose his job. But see, he probably just told him like, well, you know, Jim. You know, she had the pictures I sent to him. You know, he probably started getting all philosophical with the shit. You know, and then home. And then what she did was she went into the trash can and emailed it back to herself. You know, like so. But I never understood why athletes do no dumbass shit like that anyway. Like, you're an athlete, why'd you send it? You know, it's not your wife. You send it to your side piece. Like, you don't send naked pictures to your side piece and then make the bitch mad. The bitch gonna, the bitch gonna ruin you. You send the naked pictures and you still married. But see, but I did know he don't mess with his wife no more. He ain't seen it in like years, some old crazy shit. You know, and you know why? He ain't trying, you know, he probably don't got no prenup. You know, she take whatever he got, so they got some type of arrangement going on. You know, but this Kell Brook fight on now. Kell Brook whooping Sean Porter ass.
Yeah, that fight made me mad, man.
He talking about he holding too much. No, he neutralized the.
I can't even. Yeah. I can't lie. He really wasn't holding that much, man. He was just giving that man the business.
No, he was not. But see, that's what he had to do. Like somebody like Sean Porter, you got to take all that shit away from him. Like, you know, so how do you stop a pressure fighter? You know, like wrap him up, like make sure he can't throw punches. You know, like
yeah, but not
like take his space up.
But people was complaining. But what I'm saying is, shit, he was hitting that man with some clean ass shots.
Yeah, because Porter started getting frustrated because every time he would start throwing that wild shit, Brook would just wrap him up. You know, and then start, you know, like moving him around, moving his arms around. So Porter could never get the full velocity of his punches because he wrapped up and he's in that tight space. You know, but Kell Brook is, you know, like, he's a fundamentally sound boxer. Now, don't get me wrong, there's still going to be questions about him, you know, because he's had stamina issues in the past. But, and also, you know, you still want to make sure that the chin is right because Sean Porter didn't test it. You know, Sean Porter didn't get a clean, straight shot.
He didn't get a clean, yeah, he didn't get a chance to.
There's some fighters that you need to see get hit. Like I needed to see Terrence Crawford get hit before I was sold. I need to see Chris Algieri get hit before I was sold. You know, I need to see Deontay Wilder get hit before I'm sold.
Chris Algieri got hit by Provodnikov pretty hard.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I need like.
Hey, Crawford took one by Gamboa, man. That shook him up a little bit. He had to back up.
Yeah, but see that's
he took a mean ass punch.
That's the chin test. You know, like, but there's certain fighters that need that chin test. You know, in order for them to be believed in. You know, like George Groves. You know, when he fought Carl Froch twice. First time, you know, it was a controversial stoppage, and then the second time, what did he do? He put him to sleep. You know, like, so now his chin is going to be suspect because he put him to sleep. So when you look at a guy like Kell Brook, he hasn't really been hit clean on the chin. Sometimes you need to see that because that's how fighters are mentally affected. Look at Pacquiao. Pacquiao, when he fought Rios, he was, you know, he didn't want to get hit. You know, but then, you know, once he fought Bradley, you know, he started opening up a little more. You know, but once you, like, you know, once you get knocked out, you don't be mentally right. You know, so
yeah, but I think it's because he knew Bradley really couldn't hurt him.
What'd you say?
In the fourth round.
I think it's because he knew Bradley really couldn't hurt him.
Yeah, but still though, taking a punch from anybody though, you still gonna
be good, sure.
Yeah, and then remember when Timothy Bradley hit him with that one punch, you know, and then you know his mom started doing the voodoo, you know, so. But one person I want to see get hit, I want to see but I want to see Deontay Wilder get hit. You know, I'll be sold. If I can see that he can take a punch, I'll be sold. Because there's about 3 clips out
Charlie
there.
Z.
What you say?
He took a punch from Charlie Z. You see that?
Yeah.
That's Charlie.
This is a guy who took for Nikolai Further. He fought him like 3 fights ago. Then Nikolai Further rocked him. You know, but this dude Jason Gavin was trying to, but I needed to see Deontay Wilder recover from a punch. That's how I rate my fighters. Like, how can they recover from a punch? Because you don't know nothing about them until they get hit.
Right.
You know, look at Chris Algieri when he got put down by Provodnikov. Provodnikov hit him that one time, and what Algieri do? He like rolled backwards, you know, then got up on the knee, started rubbing his eye. He hit the shit out of him. He swelled his eye up with one punch. Just closed his eye completely up. But then look, he got up and he knew, like, I got to stay away from his ass.
I thought that was a good fight.
You know, a lot of people, because a lot of fighters, they don't adjust. They'll get hit, but afterwards they're like, no. All right. Perfect example: Daniel Gill versus Golovkin. That fight happened a couple weeks ago. Perfect example. You know, one.
No.
Got Jermaine Taylor
versus Caleb Pavlik.
Oh yeah, but he put him down. That's what I was talking about earlier. Like the second fight. The second fight, Jermaine Taylor didn't want to engage. I remember that fight. I watched that fight live when he got knocked out. Jermaine Taylor was just in the corner, just and he kept falling like deeper into the corner. Like, I ain't never seen.
Yeah,
no
I lost money on that fight.
I ain't never seen no shit like that before. Because he was there, and all of a sudden he started slowly fading away into the corner. I was like, damn.
Hey, but Kelly Pavlik bounced back though.
Kelly Pavlik, let me tell you a story. You know, I'm pissed off at Kelly Pavlik because he fucking unfriended me on Facebook. But long story short, let me tell you a story. Kelly Pavlik was supposed to fight Andre Ward. You know, in his last fight. Kelly Pavlik ended his career on like a 3-fight winning streak. I covered those fights. He was supposed to fight Andre Ward, and then that's around the time all that shit with Andre Ward promotional team, promotional shit started. So then, Kelly Pavlik retires. But Kelly Pavlik told me something, that I'll never forget. He said that Bernard Hopkins was juicing. He said B-Hop was juicing, and I know for a fact. And I'm like, well, goddamn, he was juicing when he fought him. I was like, goddamn, like, why would you just pop out his
probably all juicing. All of them juicing.
All of them, every single one of them. Everybody, I'm dead serious. Everybody's thinking something they're not
in the game.
Yeah, but I don't know. That fight right there, man, I think he just got schooled.
Who?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Well, who?
And with B-Hop. I think B-Hop just schooled the shit out of him.
And that's what I think will happen with Kovalev. Like Bernard, here's what I think about Kovalev. That's going to be a nasty, boring fight. Fans are going to be pissed. Because Bernard Hopkins is going to neutralize Kovalev's offense. He's going to neutralize that straight right hand. Kovalev's main punch is the straight right hand. He throws it to the body and he throws it up top. And he'll throw it multiple times. A jab is, it's not there. I see Bernard Hopkins in his space, roughing him up, but the only thing I'm worried about is Kovalev once killed the man in the ring. Kovalev, no matter how you slice it, he hits hard as shit. So with that being said, I don't know how Bernard will react to a shot. Remember, Jean Pascal almost put Bernard Hopkins to sleep, to the point where Nassim Richardson was telling B-Hop in the corner, like, don't go to sleep on me. Don't go to sleep. Bernard Hopkins in the corner going through it. So I don't know. The Kovalev fight is scary. Bernard Hopkins is a beast. But see, here's what's going to happen. If he gets knocked out, it's going to be sad. I'll probably cry. Because it's like you seeing an old man getting knocked the fuck out.
Nah, that hurt my feelings to see B-Hop getting knocked out.
It's like, you're watching an old ass man, because see, even though we said, oh, it's amazing what B-Hop doing, once he get knocked out, we're gonna be like, that old man, my God, that could have been my pop. I know everybody, and then I'm
his first fight with Chad Dawson, he dislocated his shoulder,
Chad Dawson slammed his ass.
Yeah, but it's like he had no business to know how the way he got hurt like that.
No,
he might be frail physically.
The hardest part to the ring apron, the hardest part of the ring is the outer corners. B-Hop got slammed on his shoulder on the outer corner of the ring where those beams are. And B-Hop is old and brittle. B-Hop, don't slam Bernard Hopkins.
He got the most man.
I think Kovalev is better than Kelly Pavlik. I think he got better IQ than Pavlik.
Yeah, I think so.
He's got that Russian amateur background. I don't know. He's solid.
It's crazy because the dude, this is dude that Danny Jacobs knocked out. His name is Jared Fletcher. Jared Fletcher beat the shit out of Kovalev in the amateurs. It's crazy how that shit works out. You got motherfuckers beating people up in the amateurs, but then when it comes to the pros, they don't be shit. Like Adonis Stevenson, he wasn't shit in the amateurs. He was kind of old when he started, but he just started getting good like a few years ago. And what you notice about Adonis Stevenson is he only got one punch. Adonis Stevenson got one punch.
What about the Russian dude who knocked out Jacobs? Perug.
No, the Dmitry Purov. Yeah, Perug. Yeah.
What happened?
You know what? He ain't fight since.
What happened?
I don't know what's up with him. He ain't fight since, and he was undefeated.
I think he retired.
Yeah, well, fuck that way to retire. You know, when you're on top. He knocked out a top prospect at that time, and then just said, "Fuck it, I'm done with boxing."
No, I think Kovalev's kind of overrated personally.
Yeah, you know, it's hard. You know, the man killed somebody in the ring.
Yeah.
You know, so when it comes to that, and then when I see, you know, like when he punched Blake Capriello in the stomach, that last fight, you know, when he just punched people in the stomach and they just go down. You know, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't think he's overrated. I just think he has a limited skill set that can be exploited by the right boxer. You got to be a smart boxer to beat somebody like Kovalev. You got to be smart.
Well, I think B-Hop is gonna win by a decision.
I got B-Hop winning in the nasty slow fight. In the nasty slow, non-exciting fight, I got B-Hop winning. And that's the way it has to go. People gonna be mad at B-Hop. They're gonna be like, "Oh man, why he holding and all that?" But that's the way B-Hop is. He's gonna take him to school. You know, school is boring sometimes. You know, school sometimes be long ass days. You know, and that's what it's gonna be for Kovalev. It's gonna be, you know, that fight is gonna be 36 minutes long, but it's probably gonna feel like 3 hours. You know, we're gonna be sitting there watching that shit frustrated. We know how Bernard Hopkins fights goes, like big Bernard Hopkins fights like this one. It's gonna be nasty. It's gonna be ugly because he's got to take everything away from Kovalev. He's got to take away his confidence, and then remember, we know Bernard Hopkins' antics. He's gonna fake a low blow, and then Bernard Hopkins is gonna take the whole 5 minutes. You know, then he's gonna complain. Then he's probably gonna threaten to walk out the match. You know, then he's gonna threaten to sue the referee. We know how Bernard Hopkins is. He's gonna use every trick in the book. You know, mental tricks, physical tricks, you're going to use all that. And Bernard Hopkins is so ring savvy and so technical. He know how to foul you multiple times and headbutt you and don't get no point taken.
Yeah.
You know, he knows how to fight, you know, dirty, you know, out of the ref's eye, out of the ref's eyesight. Just like, I remember, it was an interview. It was an interview like 4 years ago. Bernard Hopkins, when he fights, what he does is he don't shave. Like he leaves like 2 days worth of stubble on his face and on his head, so that like when he's close, those little prickly hairs be cutting you, you know, all on your face and shit. Then if you get cut, shit all be in your eye. You know, like that's some smart ass shit. Lennox Lewis, like when Lennox Lewis fought Vitaly Klitschko, cut his eye. Lennox Lewis kept getting close and rubbing his dreads, those rough ass dreads, all in Klitschko cut. You know, that's veteran boxing right there.
Holyfield did the same thing.
No, Holyfield used to see that stubble, but Holyfield was a blatant headbutter though. Holyfield came in with the right, with the head, like the head hit you first and then the punch. Like he was blatant with it. You know what he did to Hasim Rahman was no joke. That shit was like right. I never seen no shit like that.
You gotta respect B-Hop for taking this fight.
Piss Mike Tyson off without that head, but
you know, Mike wasn't trying to hear that shit. You know, Mike was like, look at him, bit head butting me the whole fight. I gotta go into my kids looking like a monster. Yeah, he was headbutting the shit out of Mike though.
Yeah, he was.
You don't just go bite nobody though. Fuck that. I'm sorry. I didn't have to bite him, dude. I was a kid when I saw that shit. I was like 9 years old or some more crazy shit. And I'm thinking like, I'm seeing Mike, and that's when I really thought like he was the devil because he had those eyebrows, and then it was like this little trickle of blood coming down. I'm like, yo, this nigga's sick. I'm like, Grandma, like I was like, this nigga's sick, man. Like I'm dead serious. I'm like, yo, we got real cannibals. Like, how do you bite somebody ear? Like, how do you just bite somebody ear? And then he just sitting there all mad, and there wasn't no security or nothing fucking with him. I was like, yo, he is sick. You know, that's when Mike Tyson had everybody scared of him.
Yeah, my pops wouldn't let me go against Mike, man.
But yo, Mike Tyson, listen, he had people in fear in fear of him because just the shit he used to say. You know, I eat the charity. You know, nobody's better than me. All praise to be to Allah. And you know, he's just screaming at the top of his lungs. It was one interview. It's a famous interview where he's just sitting there. He got his hat on. He got his jean jacket. And the interview is like, so hey, Mike, what do you tell me about your fight? Mike's like, fuck off. You remember that interview?
Turn off your station.
Huh?
He's all like, got a problem, turn off your station.
Yeah, he was like, Mike, why do you gotta use that type of language? He's like, if you got a problem, turn off your fucking station. I'm like, damn. And he was just sitting there like in some trance. Like he just had you're a multi-millionaire, and like he just had a badass day. He was just sitting there like this with his leather hat on. You know, it was like, Mike, I don't understand why you gotta use that type of language. He's like, well, he's like, well, if you don't like it, turn it off. He was like, all right, Mike, we can end this interview. Then end it.
I met an old school kid from Brooklyn. He said Mike was like the coolest person in real life, though.
Who? Mike?
It's an old school kid. Yeah, he said Mike was like actually a person in real life.
Oh, well, what I heard about Mike is, and he said it on the Undisputed Truth, that, yeah, I mean, he is a nice guy. But see, if you pushed him, he'd beat your ass. You know, and also he did a lot of drugs, and also he gave a lot of money away to people too. So even though he was that persona, he took care of all his friends and everything. You know, remember Mike Tyson was
today though.
Remember Mike Tyson was
with the money situation.
Yeah, Mike Tyson was the first boxer making $25 million a fight. And remember, that was with no pay-per-view buys. They didn't give out pay-per-view buys back then. That's how they was robbing him. So if you think about inflation, if you think about Mike Tyson making like $20 million then, that's like 30 to today, 25, 30 to today. He was been doing that Mayweather shit back then. You know, and then look who he was fighting. He was fighting for like 2 rounds, making all that money and then being out. Going home, getting high. You know, and he admitted he was doing steroids. You know, so but then nobody blames Mike. They're like, oh, well, you Mike Tyson. But see, Mike Tyson is in debt, but Mike Tyson is not broke. People think Mike is broke. No, see, broke for like Mike Tyson. Like broke for somebody like Mike Tyson is only having like $5 million in the bank. You know, that is broke for somebody like him. So he's not really broke. You know, it's just that he's got a lot of fucking bills.
He's got a lot of debt. Yeah, exactly.
So what it is he bringing in money from the personal experience, appearances and everything, but still he got to cut a check to that straight to the IRS.
Yeah, so he gets an allowance to survive.
Yeah, basically. So trust me. So for somebody like Mike Tyson, somebody who once had $300-400 million to only have $5 million, yeah, that's broke. That means you broke shit with Mike Tyson. But realistically, he's not. Like, if you see his house, he got a nice ass, regular ass house. You know, it's not no mansion. It's just a regular ass, family ass house. You know, he got a Benz. Last time I saw it was his house. It was an Oprah interview like last year. He had a Benz and he had a Range Rover. That was it. You know, he ain't had no regular. He had all that little extra shit in his yard. It was kids' toys and all that. You know, but I'm happy for Mike though because see, you see him now like he really seemed like he happy and shit. And he a boxing promoter. He had his promoter's license.
You really think that's
what I was gonna say? He got his boxing connection going on.
What if I think what gonna happen for Floyd? Floyd gonna go broke?
Yeah.
If it don't change his lifestyle, hell yeah. How can you not see Floyd spending money every year? How can you not see it? He's spending money every year. You know, a lot of money. So what does he do after boxing? Like I talked about it earlier in the video. He has an account, you know, and he put it all on the internet that has just a little under $100 million in it. Now let's say he fight 4 more times, you know, pull in, you know, another $150 million. Remember, taxes are a bitch, and taxes don't come to you every year. The tax people wait until you get a whole bunch of money. So say for example, Floyd made that $70 million for Canelo. that $32 million for Maidana, and then he's making another 30 to 35 million for Maidana again. They don't tax you on just one, on one fight. They're gonna tax him on all 3 of those fights, which is gonna be what? Something like 150 mil or some more crazy shit like that. So that's what's gonna get Floyd. It's gonna be the taxes on all the extravagant stuff he spends. Like when he's not fighting, it's gonna be the taxes that's gonna get him. That's what got him before. When he had to come back to fight. It was the taxes, because he thought he was gonna be able to retire off that $20 million he made from Oscar De La Hoya. He said he wanted to retire while he was 30. He thought he was gonna be able to retire off of that, but then he spent that $20 million, and right now he's spending. They're saying he's spending $10 to $20 million a year now. And if you really look at him, and if you look at his lifestyle, from what you know of him, you can start counting that shit. Because you can say, okay, well, I wonder how many of these people rent is he paying? How many car notes does he have? Or how many cars has he purchased? How much jewelry does he have? You got to think. Like, he's buying his girlfriend. What?
The bodyguard.
Yeah, you got so if you look at Floyd, like you look at him, and people who use common sense, you can start adding that shit up to a certain extent. Like, wait a minute, he's got all these personal assistants and everything. They got to get paid. They all got Rolex watches. They all a money team riding around in Benzes. We already know that he gives expensive gifts. We already know all his women get designer bags and jewelry. And that one chick, he just bought a Bentley, for her birthday like a couple months ago. So when you look at that, you think like, okay, well, after boxing, what is he going to be doing? You got the boxing promoter thing, but right now, his attitude and his demeanor will not. His attitude and his demeanor means that certain boxers won't want to sign with him. So right now, his 3 top boxers have all lost. So really his promotional company, even though the name Mayweather Promotions is still a big name, still you got to do something with it. And I just hope that it's not true what they say about Al Heyman, like how Al Heyman just don't care about you, like for real. He gets you, basically, they say Al Heyman gets you your money, and they say, all right, listen, I lay the foundation for anything on you. Like, when Adrian Broner be saying the dickhead shit he be saying, Al don't interfere with none of that shit. Yeah. So I'm hoping it's not true that, like one day Floyd gonna be broke. And also, 50 Cent said it best. 50 Cent said, you got a Harvard graduate advising you, but you don't got no 401k, you don't got no car washes, no nothing. It's like what other income do you got outside of boxing? And it wasn't until after that Mayweather started, like he started TMT and the money team and all that, and started, and then up until recently got his promoter's license. But if you think about it, why didn't Floyd have his promoter's license last year? It's only like $10,000. Why didn't he have his promoter's license? Should have been got that out of the way. But why? Al Heyman, probably was like, nah, Floyd, I got you. Boxing is a grimy, dirty ass sport, yo.
Yeah, that's what Mike Tyson was saying too.
And you can never trust no promoters or anything. And people think I want Floyd to go broke and everything. I was watching I don't know if y'all seen it before, ESPN 30 for 30 broke. Like when it showed like all like athletes, rich athletes, on how they go broke, and majority of it be African American, and then you see them telling the stories like, man, I had 4 beach houses, I had 2 mansions, I had a yacht, I had 92 cars, all my friends, everybody had their own, and you hear those stories, and if you haven't seen it, look it up on YouTube. It's called ESPN 30 for 30 Broke. It's a show about broke athletes, basically, motherfuckers that blew all their money. And you think, like, well, I'm seeing this same shit from Floyd. The excessive gambling. The gambling is what get people broke. The gambling and the entourage. That's what sucks up a bunch of people money, because Remember, with an entourage, that money's always coming out. You know, no matter what, they rent got to be paid. All their utilities everything's got to be paid. So you got money coming out every single month. Now, you know, at the end of the year, you know, let's say if somebody just got a $700 a month apartment, you know, what is that? That's like $8,400 a year. So imagine you doing that for 10 people. You know, you got $80,000 a year coming out. So you buy car notes and jewelry and furniture and all that shit.
Yeah, Allen Iverson, man. They said they found him begging outside a mall in Atlanta.
Iverson. Okay, this is the situation with Iverson. Iverson has a trust fund that kicks in when he's 40 years old. Best thing he ever done in his life. You know,
I thought it was later than that. Really, it's 40?
That was 40. He got like 4 more years left.
Oh, okay. I thought it was longer than that.
No, also Iverson will never be broke. Iverson has a lifetime Reebok contract.
Well, they were saying that he was outside begging.
Outside
of a mall.
I know they've been repossessing his cars. You know, like they repossessed his cars a couple times, his Bentleys. You know, and he owed like people money for jewelry. But see, Iverson's going through that shit right now. You know, but he's got $40 million coming to him in a couple years. So if he broke and begging right now, I guarantee you he probably like, my God, I'm never going to do that nut ass shit again. Spending all that money taking shit on those people. Look at MC Hammer.
He might blow it. He might blow the trust for that money.
Yeah, he probably is gonna blow that money, you know. But you know, you better hope he don't, cause ain't no more after that. You know, cause you will get a Hall of Fame pension.
Nah, he can't touch it till 2030. There's an article there that says he has to be 55 years old.
Oh shit! Well then he's fucked.
I'm just saying, like, let's say if you wanted to help him out, you say, hey, look, I'll give you you have to guarantee me some money when you turn 55. So he probably gave it to everybody in IOUs already.
Well, you got to think. Legally, it can't be nothing on paper.
Yeah,
So legally, it can't be nothing on paper. So it would have to be like, all right, give me this money, and when I turn 55, I'll give you this. So which means he can burn you. So when they set up like trust funds like that, they make sure you cannot get to the money. They cross all T's and I's, and they make sure, like, okay, well, we're going to make sure you're not coming to us getting advances. You know, shit like that. So what he got to do is he got to go to somebody and be like, listen, let me get a mill. I mean, like, and they probably like, well, can we get a contract? Like, no, I can't. But you got to trust me. You know, and people probably don't. They probably like, no, I'm not giving him no mill. Then when he get his check, I don't know if he's going to give it back to me or not. You know, but I mean, you know, it's fucked up. People be fucking up. Those athletes, man. Like managers and promoters, their jobs is to maximize profits. You as an athlete, you are an asset. You know, so after your career is said and done, you're an asset. Just like when you take a new car off the block, you're depreciated. You know, you're not worth the same anymore. And as each year goes by, you're not worth that much no more. You know, you think that Al Heyman, for example, back to boxing, don't know that he's gonna have to start cashing people out. You know, I'm hearing who was it? Devin Alexander and who? Keith Thurman. I'm hearing Devin Alexander and Keith Thurman. Will it happen? I don't know. But eventually, somebody's gonna have to start getting cashed out because, you know, you can't keep protecting everybody. You know, especially when you realize, well, you know, I tried with this person. Like, example, this is Andre Berto's last chance. There's nothing Al can do with him after that. And that's what I think, you know, after Berto got beat as bad, you know, against Victor Ortiz and then against Robert Guerrero and then against Soto Carras, I think that Al Heyman said, I'll never do no shit like that again. That's why he's so protective of his fighters right now. Guys like Adrian Broner, because they'll say they ready, and then he throw you out there and be like, all right, you get beat up. You know, so I don't think I think that's the issue. He don't want another Andre Berto situation to happen.
Yeah.
Because Andre Berto, man, you know, there was so much hype around him. Him sitting with Mayweather and Al Heyman, he was supposed to be Mayweather's opponent. You know, they were supposed to save boxing for African Americans and all that shit. Failed, blew it right in his face. So
I
what
really
did they
think
do?
something happened, Joe.
So what did they do? Because remember, Al Heyman, when he first came into boxing, to help African American boxers. To whereas in now he has his African American boxers. What are they doing? If you look at Floyd Mayweather, what is he doing? African American boxer beating up on Spanish speaking boxers on a Spanish holiday. Ultimate Warrior.
I don't understand all that, but I mean, Gian Love got embarrassed. We saw tonight. He was going up. He's the money team going up against the supposed to lose team.
Yeah.
And the supposed to lose team whooped his ass.
But see, but I said that in the video before. That's how it happens with Al Heyman.
I mean, they should. You protect the fighter, man. They don't get strong. You know, they don't prove themselves early. They don't get the right confidence.
But Al Heyman, this is what Al Heyman to do. He assigned somebody like John Molina just to fight somebody like just to fight one of the top tier guys. He'll sign a Ishii Smith to fight the top tier guys. You know, he'll sign a Miguel Vasquez to fight the top tier guys. He signs people. He signs lower tier guys to fight his top tier guys. As you said, like the losing team, the people that's supposed to lose, and every now and then upsets happen.
History. Oh, by the way, Dan Medina was coming off 2 losses.
Sergio Martinez, what you saying?
He was coming off 2 losses.
I heard you about so who coming up? Wait, who was coming off the 2 losses?
Medina, the guy who knocked out Love.
Martinez or
Medina, the guy that beat John Love.
Yeah, and he had lost his last 3 or 4. He lost his last 3 or 4.
And one of them to Badu Jack.
And he lost to Badu Jack. But like I said, it seems like that shit is cursed, yo. Mayweather Promotions is cursed. You know, the first card, the star gets knocked out in front of Mayweather himself, and in front of Jellion Love got knocked out by a guy named Medina in front of a woman named Medina. In front of Mayweather Promotions, on a Mayweather Promotions card in front of Mayweather. Like that's the bad omen, yo. That's a bad omen, yo. Like that shit ain't right. Like he laying there in front of his mama coming up and like trying like grabbing his arm, and then you got Medina. You got fighter Medina standing over you, and then you got Medina, you know, the woman looking at you like. And also, if you look at the post fight, there was no post fight interviews. If you look at Medina, his name is Rogelio Medina. If you look at him, he just got the fuck out of there. Him and his whole team, they just started going to the back and just got the fuck out of there. They got out of there so quick because, you know, like something just didn't seem right. They're like, listen, we beat this motherfucker, get the fuck out of here quick. For Al Heyman come. Because sometimes, you know, like I do think like it's almost like wrestling a little bit. I had a dream that Mayweather lost to Maidana. You know, he got knocked out. Then all of a sudden, Al Heyman started walking down the aisle like it was wrestling. Like, it's Al Heyman! And you just see him walking down. He go over, grab the belt. Like that, what's he doing? Hey, you doing? Like, y'all really be thinking that. Like, if Mayweather like ever got like hurt, you know, what's Al Heyman doing out here? You know they signed Jim Ross from wrestling.
Like some
Why you haven't seen Al Heyman? or you know, soon as Maidana start getting the best of Floyd, you just see Danny Garcia and then Adrian Broner running down the aisle, interference. Like, seriously, that's how boxing is getting though. You know, the shit is like wrestling.
Yeah, I mean, Lil Wayne almost got into it with Robert Garcia, so.
Yeah. Like the shit is outrageous. You even got Floyd Mayweather a couple of fights. He was coming out with Triple H. You know, he was coming out with wrestlers and shit.
Came out with Batista too.
Yeah. No,
I don't understand the circus though. I don't understand why he came out with a circus. That was a little too much.
But remember, he was on WWE though.
Yeah, the circus is too much, you know, because when I saw the circus, the first thing I thought about is Like he's telling us this shit is a circus, like it's all a game. Like, you know, and I'm thinking, like, really, like, and the circus thing, it just was creepy, you know. It just was like, why? Like, really, what does it have to do with anything? You know, so you got Lil Wayne rapping on the mic. You can't hardly tell what he's saying, and then you got a circus. Like, for what? You got these circus folk, you know, just scaring the shit out of everybody. And you know, black people don't like circus people or clowns and shit. They scare us. I'm scared of that. And like those circus people with all that shit. That shit, no. Don't bring that. Don't bring that.
Yeah, he's gonna go broke. He's gonna go broke, man. The circus is expensive, you know.
and also, you know, you have to look at. Okay, all right. Manny Pacquiao, right? Manny Pacquiao can go broke, but guess what? He got a whole country that's gonna continue to follow him, and you know that he got a whole country that even if they poor, they'll use their last of their money to give to him. You know, when Manny Pacquiao fights, you got people, even if there's a fucking goddamn tsunami or typhoon, they still find a way to watch a fight, to watch the Manny Pacquiao fights on a big-ass screen, knowing that they lost their loved ones and all kind of, they lost everything they own, they still go watch a Pacquiao fight. Mayweather, no. So Pacquiao has bad spending habits to the point where people don't know. Pacquiao buy a lot of expensive shit, like helicopters and shit. You know, dead serious. And Pacquiao has a very large car collection now, and also Pacquiao was into jewelry, like jewelry as in watches. You know, it's not like diamond shit, but he gets like watches. You know, and expensive ass clothing. But also, Pacquiao gives his money away on the streets. Now before he gets into his limo, he pulls his pocket and start giving out hundreds like here.
Yeah, but you know, you got to look at Floyd Mayweather. You know, at the end of the day, it's just like McDonald's. People think McDonald's' main business is hamburgers. It's not. It's real estate. Same thing with Floyd. He's a smart man. He's got smart people with him. He's investing money in real estate.
Well, no. The real estate he's invested in is he's invested into giving it to the people that he surrounds himself with. Now, what I'm saying is, okay, all right. You give a beauty, you give a boutique, right? Your baby mom comes up and says, Floyd, I want to start my own clothing business. Can you open up my clothes? Can you give me the money to finance my business? You cut her a check for $3 million. That bitch ain't never go to school for no marketing management and no shit like that. She ain't never make no clothes and no shit like that.
I'm talking commercial real estate, strip malls.
Oh yeah. Well, he don't got that, which he should be having. But what I'm saying is, he's opening up businesses for people that have no business experience. That's just like, here's an example. That's just like putting a Pilates or a yoga studio across the street from the projects. They don't got no money for that shit. They don't know what the fuck that shit is. That Pilates studio gonna close the fuck down. Whose dumbass idea was that? To put yoga in the hood, like, you know, like what I'm saying is. That's
small money. I mean, you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars this man's making. You think that he's just, you know, throwing money into, you know, small ventures? I think that he's putting money into larger ventures. I mean, he's got corporate people working with him. He's not.
Yeah. But okay. Here's the thing. He's got a venture with it's a new arena opening up sometime in the next couple of years. I think it's like 2016 or 2017. So he does have some stake in that, from what I'm understanding. But as far as like real estate deals and all that, no. And as far as endorsements, no. You know, no endorsements whatsoever. Do you know why he has no endorsements? Because every time he gets endorsements, he's fucking them up.
But those aren't investments.
No, but that's
the money team is an investment. The promotional team, the money team is an investment.
Yeah. Well, Mayweather Promotions, that's the ultimate investment he's going to ever have. Mayweather Promotions is all, and also that money team gear. Now, the money team sales are not, you know, how can I put it? For them to be brand new, it's good. But as far as money team sales, I would say they're making about $1 million a year. Now, that's not taking out how much they gotta take out to make the shit. Yeah, but his bread and butter, what I feel, I did a video. One of the last videos I did on Into the Arena, I feel that Mayweather Promotions, him getting that license, secured his wealth. because he'll always be a boxing promoter no matter what. No matter what. And if you really think about it, it's not him. He's just a name. Al Heyman is Mayweather Promotions. You know, Al Heyman and Leonard Ellerbe call the shots, but really it's Al Heyman. Leonard Ellerbe is relatively new to all this stuff. Leonard Ellerbe used to be like the guy holding like the speed bag and shit like that. So this Leonard Ellerbe you seeing now with the fancy suits and all that shit, yo, that's new Leonard Ellerbe. That's Money Team Leonard Ellerbe. He ain't never used to be like that before. You know, he used to be some fat ass dude carrying all the bags and shit. Then all of a sudden he became. Then all of a sudden he became this. Huh?
I'm cut the damn gold tee off.
No, I don't know what's up with him. I was looking at a picture today where he's squinching his mouth up to try to fit his goatee into his mouth. So he like, well, his goatee.
Yeah, it's like a nutcracker.
Yeah, so he's taking a picture like that shit like a nutcracker. So he's taking a picture, but see, like
Just start over, shit.
Yo, something's wrong with that shit, man. It's always
maybe Mayweather makes him have that goatee just to control.
What the fuck
You
is
don't
that?
let him shave it.
I don't know how somebody with that much money can have a fucked up goatee like that. Like, and I'm serious.
Hey, it look like he got a toupee on his face.
Yeah, because listen, his goatee is like in his mouth. It's in his mouth.
Right, it's supposed to be outside the corner of your mouth. You're not supposed to have that shit inside.
Instead of his mouth, the goatee runs through it. You know, and then when he takes a picture, he tries to split up his lips so nobody can tell it.
Yeah, somebody forced him to have that.
But see, I thought it was just me talking about his goatee, but then I started saying everybody else taking pictures of that shit. Like, what the fuck is up with this shit? Like, who is cutting him? Who is his barber?
Right.
No, but seriously, like, who is letting him walk around like that? You gotta go to the chain of command. They're letting him walk around like that.
Yeah, shave your shit off and start over, man. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, shave that shit
not
off.
allowed to.
You know, or just get a soul patch. Fuck all that shit. Get the soul. Or listen, you know what he can do? He can just have a mustache and a beard. He don't have to have the middle shit. You know, he don't have to have it. But for him to be wearing them nice ass suits to be the CEO of Mayweather Promotions, and you got that ridiculous looking fucking goatee, it's disrespectful. Honestly, it's disrespectful. It's like this. Listen, I want to be a boxer today. I know I'm not going to be able to wear my hat to the back all the time. You know, but him being out there in the public, that's your face.
With a $5,000 suit on, got a fucking $20 goatee.
That's your face. And you're in high definition, Leonard Ellerbe. You're in HD, bruh. So we see the crease of your mouth coming outside of your goatee. Like, you're not fooling nobody. Like, so I don't know, like, social media, like, because I wouldn't be able to take the pressure. I would have cut my whole facial hair off. I'd have
It's like somebody took a marker. It's like they drew that shit on him.
It was one he had a couple months ago, to the point where it was more on this side of his face. Like, it was on one side. It was like closer on like one side of his face, and then he was trying to fix it so it could like be straight. Like when he was talking. Like, honestly, for some reason, I think something wrong with dude. Because another thing I noticed about him is that, what did you notice about Leonard Ellerbe? That you never see him with no women. Did you notice that?
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that.
You never see him sitting next to no women. You never see him close to no women. I never see him hug a woman. You know, I never see him.
You never see him with a
I never see him hug. I never seen him hug like a secretary or nothing. Like nothing. Same thing, you know, and that's what I be wondering, because remember, Leonard Ellerbe is an Al Heyman guy that's been set up with Floyd all those years ago. So Leonard Ellerbe is not a guy that's been in Floyd life all this time. You know, Leonard Ellerbe was sitting like, you know, okay, well, you be with Floyd, make sure he's on the right track. You know, but
Oh, he's like Smithers, man. He's like Smithers from The Simpsons, you know, in love with Mr. Burns.
Yeah, Leonard Smithers.
Smithers.
Yeah. And that's a shame because I really wondered what his role was. Because see, look, you know what they call him? The chief. He's the CEO, the chief executive officer of Mayweather Promotions. But we all know that's a front. We all know he's the front man. You know, it's just all a front. You know, and I wonder, like, what is his real job? You know, I don't see him, like, is he good at accounting and all that shit? Like, does he do good in good negotiation? What degree does he have? Do you understand, like, do you see how secretive this fucking Mayweather organization is? Like, we don't know shit about nobody. You know, it took years for me to figure out who the fucking twins was. The brothers Watson. You know, I just thought they just was some. And the thing is, guess what? They're not even twins. You know,
they're not twins.
Yeah, I just thought, you know, I'm thinking like, I remember this was during the Canelo versus Lopez fight. It was me and my homies, and one of my homies was like, "Yo, who the fuck is these niggas at every fight? They is at every fight, taking everybody's shine, like always smiling, always in everybody's pictures." Like always, and if you really think about it, why do they got to be in the ring? Like, why do they got to be in the ring? You know, but you know what they do though? I found out what they do. They like, fuck is wrong with my camera? They like they're assistants. They're glorified assistants. So they're responsible for booking the fighters' hotels, making sure the fighters have everything they need before the fights. Simple as that.
Man, I thought them dudes was promoters, man.
No, they're like managers basically, you know, and their father is Sam, the dude, and the dude is the front man for Al Heyman. So what happens is, you know, like Al Heyman does the scouting and everything, and then when you get signed, they send the Watson and his sons to sign you, you know, because remember that picture they got with Donna Stevenson? Like if somebody's signing, they always show the twins and they show Watson, and they show the people signing with that evil ass look on their face like.
Yeah.
Like when them niggas be signing contracts, they be looking evil. Adonis Stevie, he's sitting there smiling with that devilish ass grin. You get Miguel back.
Hey, I first noticed them dudes at a Winky Wright fight because I kept saying the same thing. Like, why the fuck are they at every fight?
Every fight, yo, with that fucking scary ass Mexican thing. Like, and I thought that was Al Heyman for a minute. Like, you know that thing, that Mexican thing with the mask.
The skeleton.
Yeah, that Mexican skeleton thing. I thought that was Al Heyman for a minute because I was like, to be seen. So what he do is he put the suit on so he can be at the fight so nobody never knows it's him. So he come out waving at it like that flag, you know, the top. But I really, because see, that's the type of way I be thinking, and you know, you start making up anything in your head, you know, when you want to know who somebody is, especially when somebody just going through hell and high water to hide. I want to know who Al Heyman is.
Yeah, what is that skull? Is that Calica or something?
I don't know what the hell that thing is, man. I know it got something to do with Mexicans. That's all I know.
That's some weird stuff, man.
Yeah, that's all I know. It's got something to do with Mexicans. And he be at every fight too damn there. There'd be two black motherfuckers fighting and he be there. It's like, yo, dog, like they're not Mexican.
See, it is Al Heyman.
Like, why are you there? Like that shit.
Yeah, maybe it is Al Heyman.
Yeah, it's gotta be, because what is he doing there? You know, but one day, you know, I'm going to start going to fights soon, and you know what I think? I think that people just be so scared when they see Al Heyman, they just freeze up. You know, but I wonder like what I'd do if I see him. I see him and I'd be like, ah.
Maybe he has a high-pitched voice, you know, like.
No, I heard him. No, some professional ass talking dude. He'd be like, hey, how are you? You did good out there tonight. Like, I'm dead serious. dead serious. Like, I thought the same thing.
They might not like you, T.
Maybe it's a flamer.
Yeah, because see, I'm the type of motherfucker, I gotta get to the bottom of it. Because I'll ask him. I'll be like, listen, Mr. Heyman, no disrespect, but the cameras, like, what is your goal in boxing? See, I try to be humble first. No one that I just want to ask him, like, why the fuck do you keep hiding from cameras, man? Like, you got some type of phobia of flashing lights or some shit? Like, what is it? It's something, and it's sad. It's sick. Then I think about it, it's sick. Something's wrong with that man. How do you? The man's like 60 years old. How do you avoid cameras your whole life? Where's your brother at? Look it up.
Maybe he's a flamer. Maybe he's a flamer.
His brother fought Sugar Ray Leonard, but all of a sudden, his brother just disappeared off the planet. You know, like what the fuck? You know, and his name is Alan Heyman of Heyman Ventures LLC and Heyman Entertainment. But then when you look up his company and everything, it'll be his name. It'll be. I got the number to his office and all that shit. You know, and I be thinking like I should prank call one day and be like, yes, is Al Heyman in? And be like, this is Jason Pennyworth from Southern National Tabernacle Bank in Scandinavia. But seriously, I did think about it. I was like, yo, I should call and see what they say when you ask for Al Heyman. You know, and I think about it. Like, just what? Like, I'm trying to figure out this. Okay, all right. You got. Well, how does he scout the fighters? I hear that he watches a lot of tape. He requests tapes, and then he only sees the fighter sparring once, and then he just knows that he like him. I like him signing.
Keep doing your thing, T Street. I'm out.
All right, man. Oh yeah, yo. I've been on here for like 4 hours, man. 7 hours. Oh yeah. See, y'all fucked up, man. I got some vagina coming in a couple hours. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to sleep. And since y'all are here, remember next week, yo, you know, the Broner fight. I'm going to be here right after the fight. And then Mayweather versus Maidana, of course, that shit's going to be popping. You know, so I'm going to say this is T Street Controversy. This is T Street Controversy Live. I remember all y'all too. You're already on the list. So y'all know how to join and everything, so it won't be no issues next time. Deuces.